las últimas tendencias y mejores prácticas en pruebas de software en hands-on testing. Del 27 al 31 de agosto conoce herramientas para hacer más rápido y eficiente tus pruebas. Bienvenidos a la época de la inteligencia artificial. Nos vemos el 31 de agosto en las oficinas de WeWork, Lago, Alberto en Ciudad de México. Ven a divertirte, aprender y conocer a otros testers. Dale click y no te lo pierdas.
Meet the Squad, Softechian Quality Assurance Team. With testing pros from LATAM, USA, Spain, and India. Their passion? Hunting and crushing bugs to make apps run seamlessly. In addition to hanging out and learning new moves on the dance floor. The first team from LATAM to achieve the highest software testing maturity, TMMI Level 5. Our squad professionals are trained and certified in top tech and methodologies like ISTQB, CSTE, Selenium, Scrum, Artificial Intelligence, W3C, WAI. And along their soft tech journey, they are mentored by top QA gurus throughout the world. Squat. What do they do? Detect and debug the software of the future so that the rest of us can play e-games, travel around the world, receive our packages on time, order our favorite food, shop anywhere. Join the squad.
En nuestra sección de consejos para el tester. Dafne, dinos por favor, ¿qué le dirías a un tester junior?
Que se preparen, que estudien, que busquen e investiguen. Tienen que aprender técnicas, tienen que aprender de diferentes tipos de testing, tienen que entrar a sus juntas, tienen que leer, tienen que saber del negocio, tienen que seguirnos en nuestras redes, pero sobre todo, les tiene que apasionar esto. Así que ya saben, los que quieren aprender más, quieren seguir subiendo de nivel, quieren certificarse, quieren reírse un rato, pues síganos en todas nuestras redes, QAMAISLab, búsquennos.
Today, the technology industry is growing very fast, generating a great variety of opportunities and needs for companies and IT professionals. QA Minds Talento is a solution of QA Minds Lab, created specially to generate the connection between great talents, great companies, and great projects. If you're looking for new challenges and better job opportunities, enter our platform and apply for any vacancy of your interest. Develop yourself professionally by supporting our partner companies. If you are Mexican, you can be part of QA Minds Lab, working directly with us and getting the following benefits. Labor benefits, 6 additional days with pay for eventualities, access to our training platform, as well as life insurance and major medical expenses. If you are an independent professional and live in Central and South America, we also have opportunities for you. We offer you the option to join different projects of your interest. Do you have a company and are looking to fill IT positions? QA Minds Talento collaborates with you in the recruitment of qualified professionals to join your team, saving resources and increasing the productivity of your company. QA Minds Talento, your connection to new opportunities and new talents.
En un mundo donde el conocimiento es poder, solo los mejores y los más sabios llegan a la cima. A lo largo de la historia, los pioneros han marcado el camino, ampliando los límites de lo posible e inspirando a otros a seguir sus pasos. Y en este mundo, un conocimiento de alta calidad merece una certificación de alta calidad. Durante 20 años, ISKI ha estado a la vanguardia de la certificación de profesionales en todo el mundo. Nuestra dedicación a la calidad es insuperable y nuestras personas certificadas están reconocidas como algunas de las mejores del sector. ISKI forjó una alianza con Pearson Boo, el proveedor líder de centros de exámenes por ordenador, para permitir a personas de todo el mundo llevar sus carreras a nuevas cotas. En un mundo acelerado en el que la usabilidad es cada vez más importante, ISKI está adoptando las últimas y más innovadoras tecnologías, allanando el camino para una nueva era del aprendizaje. Como pionero en los exámenes en línea, ISKI ha introducido los exámenes basados en tabletas. En ISKI nos adaptamos rápidamente y nos convertimos en la primera empresa en ofrecer exámenes con supervisor remoto. Obtén ahora tu certificado con el examen de supervisor remoto ISKI y da un paso más por tus conocimientos. Únete hoy mismo a las filas de los profesionales certificados ISKI. ISKI, liderando el camino hacia un futuro de alta calidad, impulsado por la calidad, como siempre ha sido.
Sumérgete en las últimas tendencias y mejores prácticas en pruebas de software en hands-on testing. Del 27 al 31 de agosto conoce herramientas para hacer más rápido y eficiente tus pruebas. Bienvenidos a la época de la inteligencia artificial. Nos vemos el 31 de agosto en las oficinas de WeWork, Lago, Alberto en Ciudad de México. Ven a divertirte, aprender y conocer a otros testers. Dale click y no te lo pierdas.
Meet the Squat, Softechian Quality Assurance Team. With testing pros from LATAM, USA, Spain, and India. Their passion? Hunting and crushing bugs to make apps run seamlessly. In addition to hanging out and learning new moves on the dance floor. The first team from LATAM to achieve the highest software testing maturity, TMMI Level 5. Our Squat professionals are trained and certified in top tech and methodologies like ISTQB, CSTE, Selenium, Scrum, Artificial Intelligence, W3C, WAI. And along their soft tech journey, they are mentored by top QA gurus throughout the world. Squat. What do? Detect and debug the software of the future so that the rest of us can play e-games, travel around the world, receive our packages on time, order our favorite food, shop anywhere. Join the Squat.
En nuestra sección de consejos para el tester. Dafne, dinos por favor, ¿qué le dirías a un tester junior?
Que se preparen, que estudien, que busquen e investiguen. Tienen que aprender técnicas, tienen que aprender de diferentes tipos de testing, tienen que entrar a sus juntas, tienen que leer, tienen que saber del negocio, tienen que seguirnos en nuestras redes, pero sobre todo, les tiene que apasionar esto. Así que ya saben, los que quieren aprender más, quieren seguir subiendo de nivel, quieren certificarse, quieren reírse un rato, pues síganos en todas nuestras redes, QA búsquennos.
Today, the technology industry is growing very fast, generating a great variety of opportunities and needs for companies and IT professionals. QA Minds Talento is a solution of QA Minds Lab, created specially to generate the connection between great talents, great companies, and great projects. If you're looking for new challenges and better job opportunities, enter our platform and apply for any vacancy of your interest. Develop yourself professionally by supporting our partner companies. If you are Mexican, you can be part of QA Minds Lab, working directly with us and getting the following benefits. Labor benefits, 6 additional days with pay for eventualities, access to our training platform, as well as life insurance and major medical expenses. If you are an independent professional and live in Central and South America, we also have opportunities for you. We offer you the option to join different projects of your interest. Do you have a company and are looking to fill IT positions? QA Minds Talento collaborates with you in the recruitment of qualified professionals to join your team, saving resources and increasing the productivity of your company. QA Minds Talento, your connection to new opportunities and new talents.
En un mundo donde el conocimiento es poder, solo los mejores y los más sabios llegan a la cima. A lo largo de la historia, los pioneros han marcado el camino, ampliando los límites de lo posible e inspirando a otros a seguir sus pasos. Y en este mundo, un conocimiento de alta calidad merece una certificación de alta calidad. Durante 20 años, ISKI ha estado a la vanguardia de la certificación de profesionales en todo el mundo. Nuestra dedicación a la calidad es insuperable y nuestras personas certificadas están reconocidas como algunas de las mejores del sector. ISKI forjó una alianza con Pearson VUE, el proveedor líder de centros de exámenes por ordenador, para permitir a personas de todo el mundo llevar sus carreras a nuevas cotas. En un mundo acelerado en el que la usabilidad es cada vez más importante, ISKI está adoptando las últimas y más innovadoras tecnologías, allanando el camino para una nueva era del aprendizaje. Como pionero en los exámenes en línea, ISKI ha introducido los exámenes basados en tabletas. En ISKI nos adaptamos rápidamente y nos convertimos en la primera empresa en ofrecer exámenes con supervisor remoto. Obtén ahora tu certificado con el examen de supervisor remoto ISKI y da un paso más por tus conocimientos. Únete hoy mismo a las filas de los profesionales certificados ISKI. ISKI, liderando el camino hacia un futuro de alta calidad, impulsado por la calidad, como siempre ha sido.
Hola, hola. Estás en mute, Blanca. Todavía no nos escuchamos. Sigues en mute, Blanca. Pero
Okay.
todos bienvenidos. Ya están
No,
aquí.
now
Bendiciones.
today is an English stuff. Welcome to
Okay.
Hands Testing.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming to this new day in Hands on Testing. Hi, Michael. Oh, wait a second. Yes. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't get a link. I didn't get a link until just now. What a
Don't
day.
worry. You're here.
What a day. What a day. What a day.
Well, but welcome, Michael. You are the one in this day. We are your fan.
Yeah.
Muchas
We are your
gracias.
friends and fans.
Yeah,
Muchas gracias.
exactly. Do you remember the first season of Hands on Testing? When you come to Mexico?
I had such a good time in Mexico. I can't even tell you, and I really want to go back. It just was such a pleasure. The welcome was amazing. The engagement from the people who are participating, that was wonderful. The conference was great. And then I don't know if you remember, but what was very funny for me was and the welcome dinner, when you very kindly took me out to dinner. I think the first night I was there, I had just arrived, and they said, well, let's go to dinner. And it was
Yeah, we talk about.
was it Miguel or Diego or something? They took me to this immense place that had all these different rooms, and it was like this big kind of cave almost. And it was, I think that was the first night. Maybe it was later on. But I have this wonderful recollection of that. And then I guess we went to a meeting of an ISTQB style kind of meeting there, and it was a delightfully semi-hostile environment.
I don't know why you say that.
No, but everybody enjoyed that session.
Yeah, it was great. And then the other thing I remember, which was terrific, was we went to a place down the street. I think it was the last day of the class. At an outdoor taco stand, and that was just so good. One of the very fortunate parts of my job is that I get to eat all over the world, and Guadalajara was just wonderful.
Yeah. Excellent memories about us.
Yeah, especially the interaction with the ISTQB thing with the people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So here I am. I did something kind of boneheaded too, which is that I got some dates mixed up, and I didn't realize that immediately after this, I go immediately into another presentation, which is sort of scary.
Yeah. Sure.
So
let's start.
Yeah. So let's. I presume that there must be some questions. Let's get going.
Okay.
And how do I see the chat? There we go.
Oh, wait a second.
It's a bunch of people. Buenos días. Hola, Emily. Estamos. We're in CR.
Okay. It's there. There is the chat in screen. Okay. First of all, I would like to open this session asking about the context school, because we know that everybody needs, but not everybody knows about it. And I would like to know how you define this context school.
Well, the context-driven school emerged from a bunch of the context-driven school of software testing. First of all, it's not it's not an escola, right? It's not a that kind of school. It's a school of thought and a kind of community, or like a school of fish, I suppose, in a way, right? Swimming more or less the same way. And yet there's a deep paradox in it, because one of the premises of context-driven testing is that there's no one way to do testing, that the value of any context or a practice that we might choose to do depends on its context, the set of factors that influence how we might make decisions, or how we might apply certain kinds of skills, or certain kinds of tools, and that sort of stuff. So it emerged from this group of people who were recognizing that a lot of the ways that testing was being done back then, and still to this day is being done, I fear, is that the idea that there's one right way to do stuff, and that is a sort of normal, technical, orderly kind of process. Now, there were other schools of thought too. One was the quality school. That's how it got named, as something that said, well, geez, if we just get things right the first time, everything will be fine, and we can greatly reduce the amount of testing that we have to do, and the approaches to testing that are necessary. Then there was this sort of quasi-mathematical school, which and I'm being a little bit unfair in sort of summarizing these things, but the idea behind the mathematical school is that, hey, computer software is just applied computer science, and computer science is a branch of mathematics, and that we can write provable algorithms, or we can examine the mathematics that goes into a piece of software, and if we get that right, then everything's going to be fine. The dominant school says that the factory school is typified by a focus on, comparing the product to its specification, and saying, if the product doesn't match its specification, then there's going to be problems. So what are we going to do? We're going to create test cases, and we're going to have people execute those test cases. And if the product is consistent with what the specification says, then everything's going to be fine. Well, again, I'm being pretty glib and dismissive of that at the moment, and that's not really exactly fair. So in order to be more fair about it, I guess I can put this in the private chat, but James and I several years ago worked on a paper or a sort of outline, which describes how RST, which is one flavor, if you like, of context-driven testing, is different. So the principal idea behind factory style testing is that there are best practices. They go across the industry, and if we follow those best practices, applying those best practices to technological artifacts, testing is just a repetitive process of collecting facts. That's how we're going to deal with testing work. Our perspective includes the idea that the product is a solution to the problem, and if the problem isn't solved, then the product doesn't work. So one of the things we've got to examine in our way of looking at the world, and this just comes off the back of a really recent conversation with James, is we've got to get clear not only on the translation of input to output, but we've got to get clear on what our intentions are. We've got to figure out what the customers of the product and what the business wants from the product. We've got to be clear on, at least in reasonable terms, on how we go about building the product. And where we might examine the product as it's being built in order to determine whether there are problems being introduced as we're building it, easy to find avoidable kinds of problems. All the way along, we've got to focus on testability and preparation for deeper testing. The deeper testing involving much harder questions, much richer questions than does this particular piece of input map to that particular piece of output. So there are other premises and principles of the context-driven movement. One is that I would say that the dominant one is that the people are the most important part of any project's context. That there are no best practices. There may be good or bad practices in certain contexts, but there's no set of practices that's universally best. There are numerous factors, lots of factors, which affect our choices, our context, and our choices inform each other. Products change over time in ways that aren't predictable. That testing is an intellectual process, not a factory process. And all that requires a judgment and skill. Now, the hardest part of that, of course, is that when there's so many different products, contexts, environments, you get a whole lot of different people with different takes and different perspectives on these things. Therefore, we tend to argue a lot.
And miscommunication.
There's a fair amount of that too, absolutely. But we argue a lot. And it seems to me that there are lots of people who just aren't that comfortable with disagreement, dispute, trying to get to the heart of things with debate. And, feelings are hugely important to certainly to us in rapid software testing. And I think implicit in the context-driven software thing, that's a big deal too, since people are the most important part of any project's context. So it's a hard community to keep together. There's all kinds of, there's centripetal forces that bring us in, but there's all kinds of centrifugal forces that cause us to disperse. So the context-driven community is very fragmented, and it's not in, it's never in any kind of easy container. And so there's something fundamentally paradoxical about it. It's a kind of community of communities in a way. But there, as I say, there are lots of people who are uncomfortable with controversy, but we believe that controversy and dialogue and debate and such are the ways that we get to the good stuff.
Yeah.
In the long run. And it's like kind of painful, and a lot of people have different approaches to dealing with each other, not just to dealing with the issues, and that's made life challenging along the way.
Yeah, something that I found in the context-driven community. Can you hear me?
Andres, yeah, if you could get your mic a little closer to your mouth, maybe, or turn up your microphone. I don't know if there's
another microphone, and it's not
Can you hear me?
Well, I'm wondering if you're using the same microphone as the one on your headset, right?
Oh. Okay. Let me check.
Because if you tap on your microphone like this, tap, 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 tap. Yeah, you see that one's not working.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
You need to configure maybe the change. configure for your headset
I see in the
microphone.
settings there's audio, and there's a setting for
Okay.
microphone.
Can you hear me?
Now, yes.
Ah,
Yes.
yes, much better. Good.
I changed.
Nice.
You really can ask me anything.
How do you change my microphone, Michael Bolton? Can you tell me how can I change that? No, what I was saying is that one of the things that I've seen in the context-driven community is that even though we understand the foundations of the school, of the approach to testing, we don't think, we don't have the same perspectives at all. And that's and we understand that that's a good thing, because that's how just Michael said, is that's the way where we get better together, understanding our different points of view and discussing. We are not afraid of discussing, as I've seen with the factory testing, when you say you don't have to do test cases. Well, how dare you not to do test cases? Or you have to ensure quality. No, how dare you do your ensure quality? So it's something that is, I mean, you need to learn well to discuss, to analyze and discuss, and it's a very important part, I think, for the testing community too. But I don't think we don't put too much effort on that. I've seen.
It's hard. I mean, by and large, it seems to me most people like their ideas. Otherwise, they drop them. And one of the things that made me a little more comfortable as I entered this community was there were lots of ideas that I was prepared to be challenged on, right? That I was prepared to drop. There's actually lots of people who know more than I do about stuff generally, but there's also lots of people that know different from I do because of their context. So there is really fundamentally a paradox at work here, which is that we all want to be part of the same community, and we're all part of different communities at the same time. But there are some things that I think go above that. And the thing that really sticks for me, certainly in RST, which again is a flavor of context-driven testing, but is not the same thing, is that it's all about the people. We are here to help each other. We're here to serve each other. We're here to learn from each other. And we are not entirely, strictly speaking, rational people. People are not creatures only of intellect and of systematic thought, but we're also very strongly political and emotional animals. And that immediately introduces the notion that feelings and emotions are going to be on the table. And I think one of the things that happens with the other schools is they try to kind of push that aside. Yeah. We want to acknowledge that and embrace it, because there's a wonderful interview with a guy named Simon Schaffer, which proved really profoundly influential on me. And let's see if I can get a link to at least the first episode.
I would like to include something in what you are saying, Michael. But
sure.
Sometimes, because we are engineers, we need to think logic and not use the emotions or how you feel. No, you are in the working, and you are logic when you are doing something. So when the man, this is also a question, but how to manage this with all the team to say it that, hey, I feel that this is wrong. I don't have the logic, but this is wrong, right?
Well, there's a way to deal with that, it seems to me, and that is to embrace the fact that we have feelings, and those feelings evolved over generations, millennia of human evolution. They evolved because they protected us. They evolved as a means of signaling how we feel. They evolved as a means of identifying risk and problems and trouble. If you look at the list of emotions, that various lists show up, but very few of them are pertain to happiness. Most of them pertain to danger, disgust, anger, and these are all things that help keep us out of trouble. Now, in rapid software testing, we make this explicit. We use our feelings because we are not simply creatures of technology. We use our feelings, but we think critically about them. And that's the workaround, it seems to me, is to systematically embrace and systematically question and doubt your feelings about stuff. This comes back to the thing that I was trying to get at, and so now I found a link to it. There's a CBC radio series called How to Think About Science, and the first one introduces this, basically the field of this sociology of scientific knowledge, how people in groups and in social groups and domains and so on and so forth, how they come to institutionalize what we know, scientific facts. The people who are researching this were noticing that in the world there was an idea about scientists, and I think this is true about technologists and it's true about testers too, that there was this idea about scientists, let's stick with those, that they're absolutely special people, that they are much more rational and much more skeptical and much more embracing of facts than
Source of truth.
yeah, I like that. Right. So but it took the sociologists looking at the way individual scientists and community scientists worked to realize that that's not really true at all. That scientists weren't terribly more skeptical. They weren't more logical, weren't more rational. Not really. But they were very good at knowing who to trust. And they were very good at knowing how to set up what Simon Schaffer describes in the first interview as very carefully designed workspaces. And it didn't seem reasonable to believe that social forces work only to wreck or to destroy good science. As Schaffer says in the interview, it didn't make any sense to us to believe that that emotions or feelings or that social forces could only wreck science. If you look at science, it really is that the reason for science's success is it uses social forces so well to come to agreements within community on what constitutes matters of fact. So the interview and the interviewee, Simon Schaffer, expressed this far better than I can. But our emotions, our disputes, our agreements are the things that make testing great, not just the technological aspects. Not just the technological. I mean, technology helps us, but we're also questioning technology to see how it might hurt us as well.
Yeah, but there is a process, a development process the development team is following a process to develop or to create the software. But in this case, as a testers or the testing team, what is we should have a process to follow to do the test. I mean, we should let it go, feeling and understanding the business and understanding the risk, and the application and the meaning of the application and everything around. But I don't know if we can follow a process with that.
Well, first of all, what do you think? There's a couple of questions I want to ask you, since it's Ask Me Anything.
Yeah.
You didn't say who me was.
You cannot ask questions.
What is it? No. We will ask the question. What is the process to you, Daphne?
Here, Andres knows, but and the ISTQB girl, but I mean, and not the ISTQB. I mean, and
what do you think? What do you think? I don't care what the ISTQB says, because the ISTQB, it seems to me, doesn't follow a very good process for determining.
No, actually, no. It's only the ISTQB.
What is the process?
But I mean, I'm not talking about what the process I'm following right now. I'm talking about what the industry of softwares follows some process. I mean, when you start working in testing, they say, well, you need to analyze the requirements, then write the test case, then execute the test case, then report the bug, then please retest the test case, then please give me the final result, a report. That's the process that we follow.
Is that a process or a process model?
Process model.
It's a process model. Okay. So what's the big deal about the difference between models and, say, reality?
That's the thing. That's the reason I said sometimes it's difficult to follow that or to do a good testing, because you need to follow that model. Oh, you are forced to follow.
First of all, okay. So the first thing that I would kind of object to on that is that models are only representations of reality. They are not reality. And in that sense, a process is what happens. Okay, that's the first thing. Mm-hmm. Second thing is, and this is, I think, implicit in context-driven software testing, but it's definitely explicit in rapid software testing. Process models are applied, not followed for us. We don't follow a process model. If we consider a process model, we apply it, but the application is in the minds and the hands and the actions of the people who are applying that model. The people are at the center of the thing. Now, when we say, oh, we're following this process model, is anybody actually looking to see how things really happen? For instance, there's this idea that you get a requirements document, and then from that you generate test cases, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Is that what really happens? Have you ever seen somebody sit down and say, okay, give me the requirements documents. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn those by some magical process into a bunch of test cases. And then I'm going to execute those test cases, and I'm not going to deviate from the behaviors that are prescribed by the test cases. I'm going to do exactly that. And if it comes out that this condition that we're observing here is matched by what it said in the test cases, then we put a little green check mark next to it. And if it doesn't, we put a little red X next to it. Is that the way things really happen? Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. In fact, there was an example of that. There's a nice example of that in some of the RST material that pertains to it. Let's see if I can just bring that up and get it out onto the screen here. Okay, we're testing a product. We're making a product, and we need you to test it right away. right? Somebody comes to you and says, oh, we're testing a product. We need you to test it right away. So what do you do?
Yeah, but what do you mean by testing? What do you mean by testing, Daphne?
Oh, yeah, you're not supposed to, you can't be asking questions here.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Somebody's saying to you, we need you to start testing right now. Well, but that's the first thing you do, isn't it? The first thing you do is say, wait, hang on, what do you mean? But the process models say this. The process models say you prepare test cases and then you execute test cases. It's easy. Well, hang on.
Well, it sounds easy.
Well, it sounds easy because maybe it's more like this. We read the acceptance criteria or the specification, and then we identify specific items that have to be checked, and then we prepare test cases, and then we execute test cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
Maybe it's more like this. We read the spec. Oh my God, there is no spec.
That's
Or it's incomplete. Or it's incomplete. Or it's not clear.
Oh, hang on. Yes, that's right. There is a spec. There is a spec. It's like 19 folders down on some server that we just discovered somewhere over there. There is a spec. Thank God. Let's have a look at it. Oh my God, it's old and it's confusing and maybe it's wrong.
Yeah.
And then, oh, I know what I'll do to clear it up. What I'll do is I'll go and I'll ask somebody. Now, in the process models that are prescribed by various development organizations, various ISTQB style models, what happens when you ask somebody? They just give you the right answer, and then you can go back and you can write your test cases. But in reality, what happens? Oh my God, nobody knows how this thing's supposed to work.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I will respond. How much time do we have? I'm busy, man.
That might be a really good thing, right? For example, yeah, you want me to test something. Hang on, what's my mission? What do you want to know about this? Because there's stuff that I presume that you already know about and that you're sort of reasonably confident about. Then maybe that confidence is warranted, maybe it's not. But can you tell me what the risk is here? What kind of problems do you have in mind? What are you worried about that you actually want me to test this? Who are the developers? Where are they? I mean, if there isn't a spec that we can read and trust a source of truth, right? If there isn't one of them, what else can we do? What are the developers doing? What's my relationship with the developers? Do I have access to them? Because that's a context factor that's going to guide my choices, my actions, and so on. So, is this thing finished? Or does somebody believe that it's finished? Or does somebody believe that some part of it is finished? Because, okay, if we got the whole product, we can test the whole product. If we don't have the whole product, maybe there's a mock-up, or maybe there's some work in progress, or maybe we don't even have the product yet. There's a document that describes the product. Or maybe there's a diagram that we can look at and that we can analyze, and we can say, okay, if there were a problem here, what kind of problem would we see? Or maybe there's a feature, maybe there's a function that we've got that we could examine. Or maybe maybe we don't even have any of that stuff yet. Maybe we've got to prepare ourselves for testing by testing something that's like this product, so that when our product comes along, we'll be better positioned to test it. Maybe all we've got is a set of ideas that somebody has for the product. So rather than a process model that involves an assembly line, in RST at least, we've got something that looks a lot different from that. It's a set of questions, the questions that you propose there, which is, wait a minute, are we sure we know what everybody wants from this thing? And then as we're in the process of building the product, we might be asking, well, are we building what we think we're building? As we're getting ready to test, we're asking ourselves, well, okay, we're getting ready to test, but are we ready to test deeply and efficiently? And then when the testing is going on, the question we've got in front of us is, all right, have we tested enough to know about every important bug that might have got away from us? Well, rather than thinking in terms of a process or a process model, what we might think about is a framing, a set of framings for testing. We have this idea about, well, we have this question in our minds, which is, are we sure we know what everybody wants from it? So in that frame, we think in terms of questioning, analysis, review, not experiments with the running product. We don't have that yet, but thought experiments. We might call that sometimes prospective testing. If there were a product like this, what problems could exist in it? Or to put it another way, I did a summary talk at Eurostar that there's a video that describes this, but basically 5 questions. What are we building? Who are we building it for? What do they want from it? What could go wrong? How would we know? So that's not a step-by-step orderly kind of thing. That's something that's going on all the time. It's an ongoing set of processes. And then as the builders are building the product, we probably don't want to test too deeply, because then in the middle of building it, and testing too deeply is going to slow down the developers if we get them to do that. So what we do in collaboration with the developers sometimes, or what the developers might do on their own, is the kind of testing that tries to identify easy to find, avoidable errors in the building of it. And the object of the game is not to find every deep problem, but in a way it's to find problems while they're still shallow, still close to us. So testing for problems we can see really easily at the surfaces where we're working. And testers may be involved with that. Developers, I believe, should be doing that. Sometimes they are, sometimes they're not. But the key is for developers, and in collaboration with the maybe testers, to do work that's not going to disrupt their flow, that allows them to make fast forward progress. All the way along, we got to be thinking about, well, wait, have we got our intentions right? Are our intentions expressed clearly enough that when we get into the last frame, the one in the top left there, are we going to be able to test efficiently? Is there testability, intrinsic testability built into the product that would allow us to know if something were going wrong? And then the final frame is the realization frame, when we've got something that is deemed to be a real thing, a real function, a real product, something where we've realized our goal in some sense, or at least we think we have. At that point, that's time for realization frame testing, which is experiential, experimental, exploratory in ways that are deeper than you can do in the bottom right corner, but in ways in which we will find the problems that are more rare, more deeply hidden, more subtle, more intermittent, more emergent, and more elusive, the kind of problems that might have got past what would otherwise be a very disciplined development process, because those problems do happen. And have a very disciplined development process that, because we're taking a bunch of complex components and a bunch of complex technologies and a bunch of complex domains, we're putting them all together, there are problems that are going to emerge from that, problems that we didn't anticipate, that we couldn't anticipate, in exactly the same way that you can't anticipate what a tree is going to look like by looking at a bunch of seeds and a bunch of soil. So, Daphne, rather than a process to be followed, this is a set of ideas to be examined and a bunch of experimentation to be done. Because here's the thing about software development that people don't seem to pay very much attention to. And that is that software development is not a linear process, is it? I mean, when we look at those things that I was talking about on a project level scale, well, we could say that this is what testing is look like, just these loops. And the way to handle that is to take those 4 things and just do them in order. Well, we could do that, but that's not the way testing really works. That's not the way development really works. Development is not linear. It's not even just loopy. Development is a fractal. Now, the kinds of process models that we see in the factory model of software testing, those models seem to be really, really linear. But we're constantly being interrupted. We've constantly got new information coming in. Our experiments lead us to realize things that we hadn't noticed before. We're learning stuff all the way along. A component that we thought was fine turns out to have vulnerabilities or problems in it. Now, what we could do is we could talk about end-to-end testing, but where's the beginnings and where's the ends? Our contention would be that real end-to-end testing means that every little bit of the product and every component and every set of integrated components and the whole product itself, that gets tested end to end at every scale, because each little thing we do has these 4 notions of testing that we might apply to it. Testing our intentions, testing as we're building the thing in the discipline frame, considering how there might be problems lurking in places and how we can make the testing process more efficient, preparing for testing when we've got something real that we can work on, something where the developers, one way or another, believe that they're done, whether it's at a little tiny 1-line change scale or at the entire lifespan of the product. Each perspective we have on the product can take a form in which these 4 things apply. That's my contention anyway.
Now it's more clear to me.
I'm gonna quit my certification.
That's right. Actually, we have some questions for the audience. If you want, I can show you here.
Sure, yeah.
There is the first question that, are you and James splitting up responsibilities for writing, taking testing seriously?
One way you could think about it, I suppose, is that James is the developer and I am the tester on the book. James is a quite prolific writer when he wants to be. So am I. But James's name is first on the book, and that's great because that means I don't have to write anything if I don't want to. But in all seriousness, that's pretty much the way it's been working. That James will produce a bunch of text. There's most of the time, not always. James will produce a bunch of text, and then I will review it. And my role is kind of like the role of a tester in the face of a developer who's doing some work. And the important thing about that is that here's how testing feels to most developers, and here's what James's life feels like to him when he's written something that's time for me to review it. It feels a lot like this. Now, I'm the one holding the little bowl full of water there, and you can see it even actually, it looks not entirely unlike James, that dog. But that's how most of the work has been going. Another thing that I've done is I've taken several of the I've taken an interview approach to a couple of the parts of the book, and I've been editing those interviews, performing the interviews sometimes, and then editing them and getting them into a form that is publishable. And that takes a lot of work. I had a 3-hour conversation with Keith Klain that I think took something like 40 hours to rewrite. So that the conversation is, the way I've been joking about it is, it's Keith describing his approach to testing in his own words, just not the order in which he said them necessarily. And that's kind of what the process of writing a book is like generally. There's a bunch of ideas in our minds and our heads and so on that are sort of vague and incoherent. And it's just this continuous process of refinement. One of the reasons that it's taken us so long to come up with a book is because our ideas keep, in our own minds at least, getting sharper and sharper. And then the world comes along and brings in something new. So, in 2013 or 2014, there was this huge drumbeat of stuff: automation. So we had to respond to that. We wrote a piece on that, and that took us a good long time because we're fussy. And now, heaven help us, it's AI. So we are, testing itself, but also writing, development, software development, writing. All of this is a process of exploration, discovery, investigation, learning, and it follows that same fractal loop that I showed before. So that's how we're getting it done anyway. James is the lead writer, and I occasionally contribute longer passages of material. But my principal approach is to be the tester to James's developer.
Once you're a tester, you're always a tester.
Yeah, it's easier for me, man. Well, James, when it comes to testing work, James is also a much more enthusiastic coder than I am. I write code, and once I'm into it, I kind of like writing code. But boy, oh boy, is it ever a fussy and annoying process, especially when you don't do it every day. If you don't write code every day, at least 3 things are changing. The product is diverging and twisting and turning. So you got to keep up with that. But the tech stack is doing that too. So every time I sit down to write some code, there's 7 libraries that have to be updated. And then, I'd love this. There's a new version of this library available. So I install that. And then immediately the next thing that happens, if it's Python, is that there's a new version of pip install too, or of pip is available as well. And that sort of stuff, for me, it always feels like being pecked to death by ducks. I just don't have the patience to be an enthusiastic programmer all the time. But then as soon as I get into a project that I enjoy, some work that I like, I'm on that like a dirty shirt, and my wife can testify. I disappear for days on end if I'm trying to build something.
I have a question. I have a question. You have a question? Okay, so go.
Another question for the
Yes.
public. So, and then your question.
Remember
okay?
that Michael has to leave at 10 o'clock.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, actually, a couple of minutes before that, if I'm going to
Okay.
cause the organizers not to panic. What do I consider the most underrated soft skill that's important for a tester with a certain level of seniority? I think I would decline to answer that on the basis of the in the question. Because I don't think there's just one. I think it's a great example of a context-driven way of answering the question. I'll tell you what. I'll give you a link. Now, wait, where's the chat thing disappeared to now? Oh, there it is, private chat. It's below the bar there. Here is a list of skills and tactics that excellent testers have. I guess another problem I have with the question is this notion of hard versus soft skills. For example, a diagramming. That's a particular weakness that I have. I wish I were better at diagramming. And it's the sort of thing where if I bothered to practice it more often, I'd be better at it. So that's one. Summarizing a complex system in terms of a diagram is a really, really valuable skill. But is that a hard skill or a soft skill? I don't know. Certainly, the skill of reflexive, critical thinking. How might I be wrong? That's a skill that's worth exercising, and there are tactics that you can apply to learning that skill. Time management, negotiation, diversifying your perspectives. All of these are things that could apply to anybody and to everybody to some degree. But here's a heuristic, which is take something that you'd like to be better at and you're not really quite comfortable with and plunge in. Give it a shot. And maybe one of the soft skills that I think it is a skill that can be learned, at least, is the skill of feeling like an idiot, feeling incompetent, and working your way past that.
Yeah.
Working your way past that. Just recognizing I'm not good at this, but anything that you are good at, you weren't good at before. There was a time in the past when you weren't good at that. I'm pretty good at playing the banjo now. I've been it comes out because I have to take it in. It's broken just now. Part of it fell off just the other night. But just dealing with the fact that I'm not good at it yet. And as soon as you acknowledge that part of getting good at something involves, starts with being bad at it. And we've got that in our materials too. Any process or skill or technique that is done both well and efficiently starts out by being done poorly and inefficiently. And therefore, getting it right the first time means it's a dream. But most of the time, either it isn't right, or it wasn't the first time, or it was trivial. It just wasn't a big deal at all. Or getting it right the first time sometimes means you got lucky. And here's a personal thing. I got really lucky when I was born or brought up to have a reasonably sharp and prodigious memory. I got lucky. There are ways of enhancing and developing your memory, and that's a skill too. But usually, something that is desirable takes time and it takes practice. And the first step towards that, I think, is just embracing the fact that it's confusing and that the confusion is normal. The confusion is necessary. And we can lean into it and just recognize, we're not going to be very good at stuff. And that's the wonderful thing about kids, is that kids don't really notice and don't really mind not being great at stuff. And somewhere in our enculturation, our biology, we learn stuff and we forget that we didn't know it before. And then when we're adults, we lose our sense of comfort. We become self-conscious and so on and so forth. So maybe my candidate today for what's the most underrated soft skill is the ability to relax into confusion and learning. And look at this here. Look at this thing here. I have to go through this book, right? See that book there, Understanding Deep Learning?
Wait. Put it again.
Understanding Deep Learning.
That's a big book.
Oh yeah, it's enormous. It costs a fortune, and the type in it is pretty small. And there's a lot of really dense math in it, and I'm still working my way through parts of it. Some of it I was familiar with before, but this is a really deep dive, and my brain hurts, and that problem will go away. My brain hurting, that problem will go away in the long run, but it's going to take time. Relax into it. We got time for one 60-second lightning round question.
Go, Andres.
Okay, in 60 seconds, Michael, tell me, what can we do for people to stop talking about manual and automated testing, to give more importance to the tool, and to stop talking about how AI can do testing for us? Can you do that?
Sure. The first thing is, the reason people keep talking about manual testing is because they're not very specific about what they're talking about. When we're talking about manual testing, we propose at least three things. One is interactive testing, where the tester has to be present and interacting with the product in order for the process to go well, versus unattended testing. And now testing is never really unattended, but there are parts of testing work that can be unattended. You can start a process and let it go off and come back and examine the output and so on and so forth. Instrumented testing, where that gets in the way of experiential testing. That literally gets in the way, not as a bad thing necessarily, but distinguishing between experiential testing, where the experience of the person using the product is almost exactly the same as the tester's experience and vice versa. The difference being that the tester will be looking at this in an analytical way. And if the tester encounters a problem, the tester says, "Cool," and writes down a note, whereas the person using the product will say "shit" and get frustrated and angry. So attended or interactive versus unattended, experiential versus instrumented, and exploratory versus scripted. Say those things. Use those words as plug-in replacements for manual testing, and maybe some of this problem will go away. I guess I could give you one more a general thing on talking about testing. But I think I'd have to go to my site in order to do that. So let me do that real quick. And then I got to say goodbye to you all. I got a question for you. When do I get to come back to Mexico?
Next year.
Next year. Next year. Are you ready?
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be Mexico either, you know. I want to be Mexico.
We can meet in another beach.
Only Mexico. It can be anywhere in the Spanish-speaking world. There we go. All right. Thank you so much. I got to run.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Michael. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay.
¿Qué onda? ¿Aprendieron o no aprendieron?
¿Ya
De la voz
cambiamos?
de Michael. From the voice of Michael, we can have the all the knowledge that we need to start our testing in a better way. Not just click, 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 click.
That's what I've been saying for so long.
Yeah.
I'm warning.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah, but it was very interesting. Especially I like it a lot when he started talking about the social part of the development process. You know, that is about the people, it's about the feelings, it's about the roles of the tester dealing with those feelings, of the developer dealing with those feelings in order to build something. That was very interesting.
Yeah, about the mindset, I have always said that the best testers are the children because give them a computer, remote control, cell phone, they make things fail. They have a curious mindset without knowing what they are doing.
Yeah. So we're going to hire childs and no adults. Sorry.
Yeah, they are better testers than some adults.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. So who's next? We're still waiting.
I'm the next.
You're the next? Oh my God! And in English
We
or
wanna
in Spanish?
do this. I'm gonna shut down my camera and then turn it again.
And yeah, come back.
Say, hey, welcome to this Thursday.
Just wait. I need to do something.
Welcome, Blanquita.
Just that I need to find the monitor here.
But it's gonna be in English or Spanish? Switch.
Whatever you
Switch.
want. But if our public
Taka
is,
taka.
well, I can speak in Spanish if by some moment I cannot speak in English.
You can switch if you forget a lot. Yeah.
I will say Spanglish.
Yeah,
exactly. In
Spanish.
Spanglish. Well, the title is in English, so I guess you're gonna do it in English.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So, welcome, Blanquita.
Welcome, Blanquita.
Yes. Okay. Give me a second.
I'm starting. I will ask you back. What led you to choose this topic?
Oh, thank you.
Excellent question.
Good question. Well, something that maybe I have not shared this with you before, but once I know about what is, for example, Michael Bolton and James Back is spreading about the testing, content-driven and rapid software testing, I think that after that, to know that, I changed my mind in order to do my testing every day. So also, I learned in the way I have 20 years of experience. So I have seen how the people cannot distinguish between logic and user experience. But they detect the defect. They detect that something is wrong. As Michael said, you maybe are identifying the problem because your feelings, not because they are a requirement or something like that. So that is why I would like to talk about this, because I think that I can give you some light in the way to distinguish this between logic and user experience.
Perfect.
Check.
So we go to the light thing. Follow
Yeah,
the lights.
exactly. Follow me. Okay, let's start. Well, I would want to
Okay.
say something about me, just a little bit. I have, as I say, 20 years of experience in IT, not just like a tester, also working in the support area, also answer the phone with the client. What did you say? Okay, reset again. You turn off the computer and turn off the computer. And that's kind of problem. So in the beginning of my career, I understand that many of the problems are related to the persons. And once I started as a tester, I become a software quality consultant. I think that even when I changed my mind with this all related to what Michael Bolton promote and everything in these schools, I think that maybe like 5 or 7 years ago, I discovered that that was not just functional testing. We have more techniques, more strategies, and even when I have 20 years of experience, I have 5 years that I have a deep way in testing, knowing a lot of things. But well, also about me is that I have this marvelous company that is Kia Minds that let us to do everything that we want, not just service like consulting, recruitment, training. Also, we can create any new ideas, and one of these ideas is hands-on testing. And also, I'm member of Mentoralia board. This is another company related to teach girls to programming applications, mobile applications. So this is about me. But let's start with the agenda. I will introduce you, or I will explain from my opinion what I think about the defects, how we can start to look the problem of the defects, what is the perspective when we are thinking in when the user is concerned about the problem, how we can find these problems, some examples, and a little comparison between both and logic defects and UX defects. And also, after all this explanation, we will do a little conclusion for phase two intelligence, artificial intelligence. I put it wrong, but you can follow me. Well, when we are talking about defects or bugs in our system, we are thinking that this is something that we can discuss with our team because we have maybe some requirements or everybody agree that there is a problem. But sometimes we find problems in the software, in the system, in the process, with the persons that we are not thinking in the same way that what is a problem for the software. And not just for the software, for the users. Because sometimes we say, hey, if this problem that we are seeing in the system, a user is experiencing this problem, they want to say, I don't like this application. I don't want to use anymore this application. But if we discuss this problem with somebody that is not in that line of thinking, they say, no matter what happened, we want to release this software, and if it's or not a problem for the user, it's not our problem, it's of the user. Right? And for example, just we have another thought where we are seeing that sometimes when we are not taking into account some bugs or some warnings, these problems become bigger and also expensive for the company, for the project. Even some of them is happening that the companies cannot continue anymore for that project. So, wait, the other way. So what happens when we are experience the product as a testers? Okay, maybe you can see problems that are related to the logic of the system. And we can identify when we are saying logic, because these problems in the code are in doing something that we not expect. For example, it cannot is doing the right functionality, it's not working as the business rule is saying in the documentation, right? But also when we have a user experience defect, is a problem that could make us feel bad or angry or many different kinds of feelings. As Michael said, it's very important how you feel. So we don't need to wait until the user is using the application. As testers, we can use our feelings to identify a problem. It's curious because in the school, not necessarily in all the schools, but I think that everybody had this problem. You are not prepared to talk about your feelings, to explain what you're thinking, and even sometimes giving your opinion when not everybody is agree with you. So with this kind of sense, when you are in a meeting, sometimes you are in a meeting and you are not giving your opinion. And maybe you are right with a big problem, but you leave it alone in your mind. This problem is just living here, and everybody continues doing their work. And sometime in the future, the problem comes with maybe with a problem, expensive problem, or even the brand of the product is having problems because the user is concerned and giving this concern in the social media, or maybe you have a legal problem with the user, whatever is the problem, but will be expensive. Many times in the projects, we have the moment to give a decision if we want to report a defect, we want to fix a defect. These decisions are crucial to be involved in what is important for the user. But we don't have anybody near to us to discuss this importance, because when you have a problem and you think, well, maybe my manager doesn't care about this, so the manager told me that this is the priority. Well, I found this problem, I want to leave you here, I will return to them later, because right now it's not a priority. But when we are working in a project, what happened in the timeline? In the timeline, you are getting more and more and more work. So the things that you are leaving behind you for that moment, it's very difficult to return to them and take it again and see what was happening and discuss with the team. So this little decision that you have to take every moment, every day in the project, that say, okay, I'm gonna put attention or not to this problem, we dismiss the little problems. Well, what happened with the logic and user experience defects in the system? When we are trying to just given the develop the requirements, code the requirements, and test the requirements doesn't have feelings. You will not find in a story that say, and please, when you are testing this, try to don't feel bad about this. And if you experience some, I don't know, bad feelings, please let us know. No, nobody do that. Many of the problems are related to some specific situation, technical situation. For example, if you think that, oh, the software is very boring, it's because the experience in the software is not helping to you to be there. And it's not a movie, okay? It's not a movie that you stay there with the software. But if you cannot understand or lose the attention to the software. Also, the user can make a mistakes how to use the software. So when you are doing just testing to trying to find logic defects, it's fine. But our user, even when the application is has a good functionality, but their feelings say, hey, leave this application, we can use other that is more easy, is more friendly, even we can do faster submissions instead to use this that is really slow. So the frustration and the loss of productivity is one of the things that anybody wants to live using an application. So when you are thinking in logic defects, these problems are occurring in the code, in the design, and the implementation. Maybe if you are doing the ground testing, you cannot follow the logic, but you are trying to implement another logic, right? And we are discussing between testers and developers what is about the logic. Hey, I think that software should do this, and maybe the developer thinks different than you, the manager different than you, thinks different than you, and also the product owner and everybody. And in the other hand, we have the user experience defects. They can occur anywhere in the user interface. They can be caused by errors in design, implementation, or testing. But even when we are in the interface, we are in the backend doing our testing, not necessarily we are considering to report how is the application not giving to us a good user experience. In the user experience, we have a lot of points that we can consider in order to improve it. So what happened when the user experience? The user experience is not exactly that is ground the requirements versus the application. The user experience is that maybe what you are doing, maybe you can follow a flow, you can do it end-to-end testing and it's passing, but the feelings at the end is that maybe the application is something weird, is slow, maybe the instructions in the application is making that you make other mistakes. Even when you think this is very easy, but he said, in the application say, put your name, and I just put Blanca, but should be the full name, right? So when the instructions, when the icons, when the colors, when the way that is designed, the interface is creating more errors from the user, well, it's difficult to find these observations in the requirements. So when you are discussing the logic defects, it's very easy to give in an acceptation from your manager to say, oh yeah, this is a good defect. We can give it a priority 1 because it's related to the logic of the requirements, the logic of the business. But when you are trying to say, okay, we can do this different, better, maybe the font of the size of the font is can be bigger or can be shorter. So they say, well, you have right, we can create this defect, but we will gonna put in priority. We will never go to fix it, right? So and the user experience is the moment when the user is in front of the interface. So if the interface is not the one for the kind of user for that application, they will think that in the first moment that I can find another application with a better interface, I will change. So when we are trying to say, well, I would like to check if my application had problems of the logic of problems from the user experience, Most of the time, we go to use these kind of techniques to analyze and fix that logic. For example, the one of the things that we think that is necessary is to review the code, the unit testing, or maybe if the system gives me some warnings, I can debug it and check if we can improve that. We have different level of testing in different layers. For example, the integration, acceptance testing, system testing, end-to-end testing, API testing, and all the testing related to the infrastructure of the system. But all this is just related is that at the list of requirements that we have for create this software. And when we find this kind of defect, it's very easy to explain because we have a document where we can say, hey, I'm saying that this is wrong because this document explains about this. Okay, this is like the source of truth, no? The requirements. But what happens when we are finding or having observation that the interface is not working for me? It's not something that I would like to use. Maybe the flows are very boring about it, and I don't like to go and use this application, neither in my iPhone, in my Android, in my smart TV, or in my computer. So when we want to identify how to improve the experience of the user, we need to use another techniques that are more related to our feelings and the satisfaction of the user. But we need to observe the user. We need to ask to the user. It's like a research. Sorry, like a research that you have to do. Sometimes it's better to do this research before to start the product, but we can do it at any time because we can fix at any time. But as you know, if you don't start to do this from the beginning, well, will be more expensive from the end of the product, right? Even we can lose everything because we are creating a product that maybe our user is not going to use. So one of the things that we need to think for the future is how we want to prepare to test AI. Because right now, sometimes when we are in front of a computer and we are having problems with the application, what we do? Well, I want to contact somebody from support of this application that can give me an answer or explain me. I want to hear the voice of this guy giving me instructions how to get what I want, right? We need this treatment for other human. So when we are just in the computer and the computer, the experience is just like no, you don't have option. You have a problem. You cannot continue. This is an error. Well, the person is not just angry with the computer and the application. Is angry with the company because maybe they want to do something and nobody can help this person. So what we are seeing for the next years and for the artificial intelligence, maybe we are not just trying to understand that we need to test all this logic, to test all this user experience. Also, we need to focus on what we are feeling when we are in front of this software, because if it is software, we confuse artificial intelligence with another human, and this artificial intelligence doesn't have the good parameters to talk or to interact with the persons and make him feel I don't know, I would not say make him feel good, just make him feel that they have what they need from the application, and the satisfaction that we are looking for once we finish or once we can finish the use of the application. So if we want to start to think and test artificial intelligence, but right now you are not in that. You are just testing web or mobile applications or any other kind of software related, and you are not finding US defects, well, will be very hard for you to go to test artificial intelligence because you are not prepared. You don't have this skill that is to think about the user and be near to the user, understand how the user is following the process, using the application, and even sometimes the application is good enough for the functionality, for the user experience, but it's not good enough to give it the answer that is expecting the user. So is the testing, I think, that is evolving, not just because now it's artificial intelligence, because maybe in the software industry, we are more concerned about how we spend a lot of time in front of the computers, in front of the interface that are giving information, and we are suffering with all these applications that are not good, are not good enough for us. Well, so one of the questions that I would like to let you answer from yourself is, our testing is to test how artificial intelligence makes users feel. AI or not, you are testing AI or not, we need to understand our users. AI or not, we need to understand how the users would like to be treated. So I think one of the questions that we was asking to Michael Bolton is about what is the one skill, soft skill that we need the testers. But I would like to add one is we need to be more empathic with the user. Yeah, we need critical thinking, lateral thinking, and all this effort to do a good analyze for requirements and for the application and for the user. But if we are not empathic with our user, we wanna forget to include or even do something that is really good for them to it's not about to how many time they have to spend in the application, but applications that really solve the problem that the user has, right? So this is the open question for you, and I invite you to increase your skills in testing and also be more care about your user of the application. So thanks. That's all from my side. I hope you can understand my English. This is my first time giving an English talk, so thanks everybody. I don't know if you have questions. Okay.
Let's see. In this moment, there are no questions for you, but I have some questions here.
Okay.
I know already Marisha asked you why you decide this topic. Now, in this case, I mean, I understand according to the Michael Bolton speaking talk related to about the feelings. I mean, we need to really understand what is going to be the feeling or try to be the user at the end when we are testing. But in this case, again, I'm going to still talking about the process. What happens when you don't have enough support on the process of your company and your project to really apply all these feelings or try to express that you already find something that is related to the application, but it's not I mean, you cannot see there is a UX defined, there is logic defined, there is a enhancement or something like that. So
Yeah. Well, I think that we need to be smart when we are talking with others, but not smarter than the other. I mean, smart enough to identify if the person that I need to convince about something is more logic or are they use their feelings, right? Because if you are trying to convince somebody that I think that this application is not good enough, I have the feeling, they were going to say, but tell me how is grown this application, where in the requirements we have something working bad, right? Or bad functionality. So we need to identify how we can approach to these persons. For example, if your manager is very logic and he say, Blanca, please just test the requirements. Don't lose your way. Just test the requirements.
that's the requirements.
That we can do. Okay. But you find something that maybe is not giving a good experience to the users.
Mm-hmm.
You need to start to see how to put the problem in time or money. I mean, when we have some of these problems of user experience problems is because we think that we are spending more time that we should, or we are having an additional cost for use this application. For example, thinking in a banking application, why maybe you are doing a transfer to somebody and you say once you do the transfer and the application say, oh, we are experiencing some problems, please contact your administration. Maybe the message
What
is
happened with my
good,
money?
but you want to know, I did the transfer or not, where is my money? Right? So these kind of problems related to user experience really concerned to the user. Maybe they can become angry with you and they will like to call you to
Yeah, I know.
express their angry. So you need to understand the situation and verify, because this is not something that is just Blanca needs to fix this for the user. No, is, well, maybe this is not the only user that is experienced this. Maybe I'm not the only tester as a tester that experienced this. So we need to do a research and check how many other users are having the same experience, the bad experience, and check if about this experience they are um, uh, maybe they are not angry with you, but they decide to not use again this application. So we need to identify if from this experience, what is the cost for the company. Maybe we are losing clients, maybe are losing money in the transfers. I don't know. Or different kind of problems. So you need to identify the level of impact for the stakeholders. If you are losing, for example, one user every year, well, maybe that's not a problem. But if you are losing a user every day, every hour, every minute, well, this is a big problem, even when the application is good and have many features. But that problem is doing that we are losing users. Well, maybe is that a concern. So when we want to present to the team that there is a problem with the user experience, we don't want to go to this meeting and just say, this is something that I'm feeling bad about it. No, you need the numbers. You need how many times is experienced the user, and if at the end how the user feel, how many users are experiencing this. If you can translate all the situation to numbers, to money, is better, because that's the way that priorities become number one or number two or number 10. Because if you just say, well, we are losing I don't know, $10. Okay. but we are losing 10 millions of dollars. It's very different. This is the priority.
Yeah. The zeros are the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, talking about the business, sometimes the business is money. I mean, they need to sell. So, in this case, like I need to have this application as soon as possible because I need to go to the market. I need to sell. I need to have the clients. But once the time is happening, and the application it becomes a mature applications, you need to understand that the users need to be happy. So, and there are a lot of ways to make happy users, and you need to understand what makes happy a user. So there's where the feeling is really important.
Yeah. What I see for the big corporates is that they understand or really understand about the quality. So sometimes they take their time to do a product, maybe 1 year, 2 years. They are investing a lot in quality before to release the product to the market. On the other hand, we have sometimes products that they say, no, we need to go really quickly because we need to compete with others, right?
Yeah.
But one of the things that, or one of the reasons that people want to use an application on another is because they can use it. If you download the application, you cannot use it. It's for what you do everything.
Why we have the application? Yeah, at the end we need to understand that we are users too. We are not only testers, we are users. So we interact with a lot of applications, and as we always find a lot of bugs in that application that are in production, big applications. So it's like who tests this application, please?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and sometimes, so the teams are working a lot with the logic defects. They think that are obviously are necessary, and we need to build a software related to requirements. It's fine, but this is like another kind of testing that depends of what is the moment of the application. Maybe you decide to or not to do it. For example, if we are thinking in security, performance, okay, accessibility, user experience. But if you think, for example, if you are thinking in user experience, you can identify when something is giving a bad experience related to performance, related to security, because maybe the application is good enough to go to the market. Everything is working, the functionalities are okay, but when the user enters to the application, the feelings are like, this is not security. Why they are asking this information? Or
Well,
why?
my data is in risk.
Yeah, exactly. You are thinking a lot of things, and sometimes you say, no, I don't want to use it because I feel this is insecurity. And so you maybe don't have a requirement that is about security. So how you can track this defect of user experience related to security if you don't have a requirement? So sometimes when you are working with an open mind that we did what is the best for the user, and if you think is the best for the user and the business, because without users we don't have business. So we need to think more on that. I know that not all the time we want to work in that way. We need to evaluate the situation and see what testing we want to do first. But if we know this from the beginning of the when we are working in a software project, well, we need to include that in the plan, in the estimation of the software, that we need to run some testing or some research with the user to understand if we are creating a product that is useful for the user. Yeah.
Oh my God. A lot of things that we need to take in consideration when we are developing an application. So it's not only development, it's not only testing, it's not only project management, it's the user, it's the market, it's the business, it's the context.
Yes,
So
yeah. And as I showed you, let me go back. Let me check if I didn't. Ah, wait a second. I want to show something. Um, okay. So when we are thinking in the logic, we are thinking this kind of techniques. Even
yeah.
we can find some tools to do these techniques, to run these techniques, right? We can also automate this way to monitor our application. And in these corners, in the code, in the error logging, the I don't know, when we are doing some automation, testing automation, we can check if all the universe of data that we think that is useful for this, we can test it every day. So we can run testing for this in automated way every day, right? But when we are using or we are trying to identify the experience of the user, there are some metrics, the heuristics that we can use, and we can identify all these points from the beginning. Even when we are trying to get the requirements, doing the analysis, and preparing the testing, um, there are some techniques. We have the testing during the code, the regression, the user acceptance testing, beta testing, alpha testing, and all these stage you can test different experience. Maybe you don't have the whole experience until you have the finished product, but you can identify some experience like is correct this user in the diagram, is correct this business case that user wants to do in this application, or maybe we are forgetting some business case. So the user experience is to identify the business case, the user's case, the situations that is going to do the user. It's not just the functionality in the application. For example, if you think that the user um, maybe they have a error in the application, okay, could happen. They receive this error message. What we gonna do the user after to get that error? They wanna try to continue in the application. They can continue, or they decide to go to other application or continue the process in the call, or maybe send a test message. So we need to think even how the experience in the application is not just for the functionality that are working okay, is what the user is gonna do when they are working in the application. For example, I think this like in Netflix, when we are seeing Netflix, maybe when we are trying to check a movie, no, to see a movie, before to start to see a movie, the movie that we like, we can search a lot of movies and see 5 minutes of each movie, and then you spend 30 minutes, 1 hour seeing 5 minutes of a few movies, and then you decide, this is the one. This is the one that I want to see. So maybe in Netflix, they at the beginning they say, "Oh, we want to do an application where the user can see any movie that they want." But for 5 minutes or 1 minute, or they want to go in the middle of the movie just to check the best scenes that are giving an update about what is happening, right? So I think that the user experience, we can analyze it and be prepared for a better testing since the beginning. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Blanca. I listen. I listen.
Yeah. So, what do you think, Mary, about user experience?
Uh, I think it's an interesting topic because after several years, we got a lot of experience on that, so we can difference uh, this thinking in the technical and in the professional, in personal. So it's a good topic to understand with a more clear detail.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I hope that everybody is more involved in this kind of techniques or more involved in user experience because, as I say in the presentation, well, we are in front of the face of artificial intelligence, and we need to think more how to create products that are more related to the human. So we are testing artificial intelligence, or we are testing how the artificial intelligence looks more human, right?
Yeah, but you remember this Sophia's robot names?
Yeah, yeah.
Is traveling in the world, and the new version is more focused for the soft skills to be more equal to the human in the soft skill with the emotion, with the feelings. So it's intelligent artificial robot, but the new version is more feelings.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or even this common voice that we have in the cell phones when we ask something, because we are hearing the voice, and we ask something like, "Hey, Siri, help me on this," and Siri maybe give you a very bad answer, and you feel really bad, like, "Oh, this is a dumb voice," right? And we don't want to ask again, even if we are thinking when we are interacting person to person, when you ask somebody and this person cannot help you, you say, well, this person cannot help you. I will not ask again.
Yeah, yeah,
And
totally agree. Actually, with the Alexa, when you ask it anything, what time is, and but very upset or hungry, Alexa say only the time. But if your voice is very sweet and friendly, Alexa also say have a good day or something like that.
yeah, she's answered anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and this is other kind of interface. When we are talking about interface, one are the voice, one are the robots, one are the screens, or your watch, or your cell phone, or your smart TV, or any other electrodomestic that you have in your house that maybe has a camera, and then you interact with them.
Yes.
Yeah. But, well, Mary, what if we talk about what is the next talk and what we have today?
Okay. The next topic will be BD by Powered Selenium, shaping tomorrow's automation with Puja from
Puya. I think it's Puya. Yeah.
Puya from India. So will be very interesting because you remember in the last topics we talking in general by Selenium. So will be interesting Selenium and automation. And oh yes, remember that after the break will we have the Tariq King's tal. Don't miss it. So will be important tal on the evening.
Yeah. I would like to say a little bit about Tariq. Tariq, he has a few years speaking about and working on that also with Jason. I don't know the last name. Well, with Jason, it's his friend, Tariq and Jason. They are working and testing for AI and a lot of topics related to that. So will be really interesting that talk. I hope you don't miss it. And I will ask at the end, Now, you are a fan of Tariq or not?
Okay, I will do.
Yeah, no, there is a lot of topics related to artificial intelligence that maybe we cannot abort in all the talks, but that is why hands-on testing has a lot of topics, and you can go and see it. Remember, you can see us in YouTube channel, QMI's YouTube channel, and it's today. Today is Thursday. Tomorrow, Friday, also it's online talks. Sorry,
Long
I,
Tuesday,
I sleep
Friday.
just 4 hours. And also, one of the good, well, all the talks are really good. Also, we will have Anton Bolotin speaking about the regress testing trap. We will see what he says. I will say something, Mary. I will learn in the last months that all the techniques, all the strategies are good, but all the techniques and all the strategies sometimes doesn't work. So it's good to listen the proposal for everybody, because we can understand when really the techniques works, right? So not just that, okay, you know all the techniques, black box, white box, regression, I don't know, anything that you want to say about it, but you need to understand this is the really advantage that we have when we are getting seniority in testing, that you can identify when is good to use one technique or another, one strategy or another, or even you have to change. So we need to listen Anton Bolotin. Hi Anton. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Maybe my advice is to follow your intuition a little, because in the end we are human and we can make mistakes even when following the perfect process. So feeling the intuition, if you have 1 or 2 years of experience or 20 years of experience, intuition is a good to follow. The say, hey, raise your hands, no, I don't agree, and be open mind to another solutions, but explain in the conversation whatever area testing with the team. Say, yes, I understand this is the process, the models, whatever, but I think this is a better solution. Maybe you are right or not, but
Yeah, and the only way to know that is asking.
asking exactly. I follow this process, but it's not working right now, and we can adapt another solution in the moment, and maybe it's a success in delivery anything.
Exactly. Yeah, and also we will see another. We will have another talks that are related to other tools. One is with Hugo Guerrero, that we will talking about API mocking with Microx. I would like to know how works that, and also how to create a friendly framework, automation framework. So with Mesut Durukal. Mesut was like, I think that 2 years ago, 1 year ago, I don't remember, but he's really good speaker. So I'm enjoying when I'm listening to him. So we are prepared for our next talk. I think that is already here, or a guest. Let me read here. Hi. Well, we have a problem. Puya or Puja?
Puja.
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 Yes, I know it. Hello, Puja.
Hello.
Hi guys, nice to meet you. Hello.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Thanks for be here. We really appreciate, because we know that maybe it's a little bit late for you, but thanks.
I appreciate this opportunity. I'm glad to be on this platform.
Okay, excellent. Well, Puya, yeah, Mary, go ahead.
No, perfect. It's welcome to Puya.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, we would like to ask you why you decide to speak about this topic.
because I actively work on this topic. So I'm one of the Selenium maintainers, and I've been doing that for the last 4 years. And the topic that I'm going to talk about is all the work that I've done, is what I understand, at least for the last year and a half or so. And that's what even I'm actively working on currently. So I just wanted to um, share whatever I know to the world, but hopefully they understand what I'm trying to say. And that's why I'm very excited to speak about it, because I feel very passionate towards it since I work on it and I see the benefits, and I would like everyone to understand what it is and how it can help them in their own journey.
Okay, excellent. Benefits. Okay. You need to listen this. Okay, Priya, you can share your screen if you are
Okay.
prepared.
Yep. I'm guessing my screen is visible.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
It's right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I can start. Is that okay?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So hello everybody. Today we'll be talking about bi-die powered selenium and how it shapes tomorrow's automation. Again, hello. My name is Pooja Jagani. I'm a lead engineer at the open source team at Browstack. I'm also one of the Selenium maintainers, primarily working on Java and JavaScript side of things. I've just left a few links for a way if you have any more questions, you would want to reach out to me or have any more concerns or anything that I can help you with after this talk. So I just have left some details below. Today it's going to be, I think it's 40 minutes of talking time. So quickly, this is the agenda that we have for today, right? So, like I said, today we're talking about WebDriver BiDi. That's the topic. But before we jump to that, it's important to understand what's currently present, which is WebDriver Classic, and then slowly iterate our way through as to why the WebDriver BiDi protocol is so important. And then move on to bust some myths about Chrome DevTools protocol and WebDriver BiDi. How are they different or how are they similar in their own way? And then comes the exciting time, because you might get bored of listening to me for like 20, 30 odd minutes probably. And then so we move on to the demo side of things, and we conclude with the part where I tell you how you can help us, the open source project Selenium, and how you can contribute to this journey of ours in any way possible. Excuse me, I have a little bit of a phlegm, so I might just uh, breathe in between while I talk. Okay, so let's get started with something called WebDriver Classic. Um, don't don't get worried about the term. I'm going to break it down for you. So, what is WebDriver, right? So today's topic is all around web browser automation. In order to automate your browsers, you need a program or an executable or a process that knows how to talk to your browser, right? When you're manually interacting with your browser, it's pretty easy. You click, you open, you interact, and that's all done. But when you want to automate it or do it programmatically, you need some kind of a support or some system or, like I said, an executable that knows how to talk to your browser, something that can drive the browser or drive the web, right? So that's where the name WebDriver comes from. So WebDriver is nothing but a HTTP server or executable or a process that knows how to talk to the browser, that knows how to give instructions to the browser, right? So when it tells the browser, hey, can you open this web page for me? The browser knows how to do it and gives an appropriate response. And that's exactly the kind of program you want to interact with while automating your web browser tests, right? Now, WebDriver is very specific to different browsers, right? So Chrome has its own Chrome WebDriver, Edge has its Edge driver, Firefox has a Gecko driver, Safari has a Safari driver, right? So this speaks a language that the own browser understands, and it becomes browser specific. Now let's come to a point where you want to write automation tests or web browser automation tests. Typically, anytime you're writing a test, you would use an automation library or a testing library. Selenium is one such library, and so is Nightwatch, Appium WebDriver IO. All of these, they know how to talk to the web driver, right? But the way they talk to the web driver is in a standardized manner, and that standard is nothing but a protocol that is written on as something called as the W3 WebDriver spec. We call it classic now, but it's used colloquially. It's not a formalized term. So basically, it is a protocol. It lists down, in the simplest term, it lists down all the REST APIs that the WebDriver can understand, right? So if you go and say, hey, create a new session for me, WebDriver will understand that and tell the browser to do it. If you tell it, hey, can you open this web page for me? It will understand, tell the browser to do it. And same way, any sort of web interactions, any sort of digging in the DOM that you want to see, anytime shadow tree elements that you want to see, all the interactions that you would need to automate your web tests, to test your website and web apps. It has those commands, but it's written in a standardized manner, right? So basically, what remains common is from the Selenium part or from the Nightwatch or any of the frameworks which knows how to talk in this WebDriver protocol, you can send out these APIs or commands, and it doesn't matter which WebDriver is on the other end. It's standard, it's a contract. So be it Chrome, Firefox, Edge driver, they will all understand what is being sent from this part of the chunk. Right? And from the other part, once it reaches the WebDriver, it has its own language where it talks to the web browser. For example, Chromium browsers, they use the Chrome DevTools protocol, their internal protocol to talk to the web browser at this part. And similarly, Firefox has its own. So this is the current state of existence as of today, right? So this is what we have as of today that's been implemented in popular tools like Selenium or any other tool that follows this WebDriver standard. Nightwatch uses this, Appium uses it, WebDriver IO uses it. There could be other frameworks as well that use it, right? So this is the state today. But one thing to note is that this is done over HTTP. And that to HTTP1. So it's like a unidirectional protocol. So you send a request, and then once it's received, it's done processing, sent to the browser, you get a response. That's exactly what happens with this protocol. So it becomes unidirectional. That's the current state. Just remember this, we'll link it later. Now let's come to a point as to, let's discuss a little bit of web evolution, right? So I think when the internet was new, I think it was at the early 1990s. It was designed to provide information. It was designed to share out information in form of static pages. The content was more informational. It was just meant to consume by reading it and providing information. It was not very complex, partially due to the internet speed and the lack of resources. That's how it was designed. The advent of technology and the boom, your websites got very complicated. And when I say complicated, there was a lot of dynamic content because now internet bandwidth had increased. You were downloading a lot of images. You had media player. If you remember something called this flash player, so there was a lot of content that was getting populated. And if you move further down in the in the mid 2000s and beyond, came the age of social networking and your social media, which had really dynamic interactive apps, which required a lot of user interaction from your end. Like today, any forum, you can take Reddit, Twitter, any forum, there's a lot of interaction, parallel activities going on at any point of time. So that's how the web evolved, and that's how the complexity of the user applications evolved. But at the same time, testing needs also had to evolve, right? Because you're testing complicated or complex systems, your testing requirement also became heightened or increased. You needed more sophisticated testing, or you needed more detailed testing, or something that is fine grained, right? Simple user actions or gestures were not enough because now you had apps that could potentially run on your mobile, or you had apps that could geolocated websites, right? So if you're one part of the world, you might want to simulate how your website would look if it is accessed from a certain geolocation. So you wanted these intricate setting and the amount of network requests that are going through to get all this dynamic content. You might be interested in understanding what's happening at that point, and you'd want to test things very, very thoroughly. So this kind of needed more fine-grained control or fine-grained automation, or even low-level control from your browser. You kind of needed that, but that's not something that exists as of now. It kind of does, but that's not something that's primary as of now. So what next? Like I earlier mentioned, that when it happens, when we're talking about Selenium or the web driver, we're talking about a unidirectional communication over HTTP. You send a command, you receive a request. But to get something fine-grained or more low-level control, you might need certain events, you might need certain information from the browser as well. At the same time, you might need something that allows a little more faster communication and reduces the handshake and a lot of back and forth, right? So because WebDriver protocol is written in HTTP and not HTTP1, that's a little bit of a limitation there. So you need something that can provide a bidirectional communication. So the next upgrade for this would be using WebSockets. WebSockets provide a fully bidirectional communication a duplex channel, right? So a client can send a message to the server can push message to the client, and it can just happen at any time once the connection is established. So that was the need for something bi-directional, probably using WebSockets came into picture. But hang on, something like this already existed, right? I think this is something everyone has seen, but let me remind you, this is a DevTools window. So anytime you open a browser and you go to a website, and when you right click, you see the inspect, right? So if I do right click, I can see inspect. If I do it like that, right? So if I do right click inspect, I can see such a window open. That is a DevTools window. DevTools, again, let's break the term down, is nothing but developer tools. It is designed with a mind to debug your web application as you develop it, right? So you can debug your application, you can profile, you can make changes to your website and see how would it look in real time. So it's for the developer to see how their website would actually look and to make changes and to see if they're reflected and potentially debug the errors if something was not getting displayed as per their requirements. So if you go to any favorite browser of yours, right click again, you would have an inspect button and it would open such a window for you, right? So such a window in Chromium browsers, it uses something called as a Chrome DevTools protocol. Again, protocol is a standard. It's a contract that the Chrome has that while sending these commands to the browser, this is the information it needs to display. Right? So just a protocol internally for it to communicate. And DevTools protocol is actually very rich. When I mean Chrome DevTools protocol is actually rich, but it is designed with the intent to debug, instrument, and profile your website. So debug, you want to debug and step through and see what's happening. Profile, when I say profile, you want to do more like memory and performance kind of things, right? So this is what it is designed in mind of, keeping that in mind. At the same time, it's also tied to a specific version of Chrome. So each Chrome DevTools protocol is specific to a Chrome browser version at any given point of time. With a newer version, they publish new DevTools protocol. At the same time, there is no guarantee of any sort of backward compatibility. What's working in say version 1 point, say 127, it might not work in version Chrome 128. They do not give that kind of a guarantee. So it's a highly useful protocol, but the whole intention is as you develop the website, it can be used. But again, it's a very, very rich protocol providing lots of information. Just a simple look on the tab tells you this, and it is way more deeper than that. So while nothing existed to provide such rich information, a lot of tools adopted this protocol. So Puppeteer is a popular, again, test automation tool. It solely relies on Chrome DevTools protocol, or at least used to rely on Chrome DevTools protocol. And Selenium also adopted it till something better came along the way. But wait, what if there is something better, right? So what if there is something that combines best of the both worlds? What if there's something that does, oh, that gives you everything, that WebDriver specification or the WC3 WebDriver that we spoke about on the first slide? It gives you everything that is as plus the benefits of Chrome DevTools protocol, the fine-grained low-level control that the Chrome DevTools protocol provides. What if there's something that encapsulates all of this but does it even better? And that's what WebDriver BiDi is, right? Again, this is a diagram that we saw earlier. It's pretty similar. It's not very different. It again has the component of WebDriver, which knows how to talk to the browser. But what's different is, think of the communication channel that they use instead of HTTP is what they use is WebSocket. So that makes it bidirectional. That is just one part of it. That means now the browser has to send something back. It can, allowing in more fine-grained control of things. And we'll see some examples down in a bit to understand why that's so important or how useful that could be. But think of WebDriver BiDi as an extension of the so-called WebDriver Classic. So it has everything that Classic provides, all your element interactions, getting all your elements, all the user action APIs, everything, plus more additional commands and events, right? So commands are something you instruct and an action is performed, and events would be something you could subscribe to from the browser end, and if something of interest happens, it will tell you. So it has a lot more things, but it's designed with automation in mind. It's solely, so it's not exactly something like a copy of Chrome DevTools as it is. Chrome DevTools has a very different use case, like we discussed earlier. It is for developer tools, but this is designed for automation in mind by the browser vendors. And the beauty of this is it is implemented by all major browsers. So it makes it a perfect cross-browser tool, which Chrome DevTools protocols, like the name say, wasn't. It was just very specific to Chrome and Chrome versions. So now that we know how we went from the current state to the upcoming WebDriver BiDi state, which is almost there, let's talk about the differences between Chrome DevTools and WebDriver BiDi. Sometimes these terms are used interchangeably, even in Selenium documentation, at least earlier. And there's some confusion or myths around how are these two different. So they both have their benefits and they both have their limitations. But again, it's all very use case specific. Let's start with the simplest requirement, browser support. So Chrome DevTools only supports Chrome-based browser, so that is Chrome and Edge, and does not support other browsers. Firefox does support something from Chrome DevTools protocol, but a very limited functionality. And it was doing so for Puppeteer, and it's honestly deprecated its Chrome DevTools support, and it's scheduled to be removal. I think after about a year or so. So that's how it is. All browsers do not support it. On the other hand, WebDriver BiDi is cross-browser, right? So it's browser agnostic. It doesn't matter which browser you are. All browsers support it. So it's a consistent language that your testing frameworks, or even if you're writing a tool, will be supported. Stability. When I say stability, Chrome DevTools is tied to a particular version of Chrome. So with each version, there'll be a new DevTools protocol. So if you're using it, there's a lot of dependency management and internal update that you need to do, and plan your thing around it. Even Selenium, every time a Chrome version is updated, we have to do a new release with the new DevTools protocol. With BiDi, it's going to be stable. Anyone who's used Selenium in the audience would have known that for years, even you upgrade the version, things just remain the same. They hardly break. And that's thanks to the WebDriver classic protocol. Similarly, BiDi is also aimed at to be stable and consistent once it's fully developed and adapted by all the browsers. Event subscription. Chrome DevTools lets you subscribe to events, yes, but only for a particular tab in a window, right? So if you're interested in some browser events in all the tabs or in all the windows or a subset of tabs, you don't have that kind of flexibility. With WebDriver BiDi, you have all the flexibility. You can subscribe to events from all the pages. So when you test, you might be interested in events. What happens when I click this and a new tab is opened and I want to listen to events in both the tabs? Or while testing, you might have a requirement that only I'm interested in events from this tab. Any flexibility you think of in terms of browser events, it allows you to subscribe as per choice. The use case, I think we mentioned this earlier, but DevTools is a developer tool. It does an excellent job in terms of debugging, in terms of doing your profiling, in terms of seeing how your website will actually look as you develop. But it's not the best automation support out there. But WebDriver BiDi is designed with test automation in mind, because that is the school of thought that all the people who developed it operated with. And it has a fine balance between what the browsers can expose and what is essential for automation. And last is complexity. Chrome DevTools again provides a rich set of functionality, but that also makes it very, very complex, because it's primarily meant to be used internally by Chrome and they know how to handle it. But BiDi is not very complex. It's designed with the idea that anyone wanting to use BiDi for their automation needs, or even frameworks like Selenium WebDriver or adopting it, should be able to easily do so. And it's relatively simple to understand. Even if you go see the spec, you pretty much understand what the commands and events mean, right? So I think that's where we are with this. And I will quickly like to show a demo between the two in terms of CDP and BiDi, just to show how complex it will be just to create a simple session. Right? So this is the demo that I have. I'm trying to watch console events. I'm running a simple test. It's a test in the Selenium code base. If you see, I'm trying to highlight that I'm here. All we are doing is creating a session with the Chrome DevTools, establishing a WebSocket connection with it, and how many commands we need to do, like, we need to send out just to do that, and how complicated a simple thing like creating a session is. Yeah, it's a pre-recorded session, so I'm just running a few things. We can see logs. Just let's wait for a bit till things are out and about. Okay, we're able to open a session and we're just stepping through it. And now when you see the console logs, if you can see the console logs as I'm highlighting in the video, you can see the list of commands that are sent out, right? So every time you see a send, we've sent a command to the Chrome Dev Tools to establish a connection. We had to send a bunch of commands just so that we can create a session with a particular tab in that browser, not even the whole of it, right? So there's been like 3 commands already that we've sent. So that's one. And now that's it. So we've sent a bunch of commands just to establish the session, right? And that's about it. Now let's move on to something where we do the same thing with BiDi. So now this is also a test for BiDi. Again, it's just a simple test. And here all we are doing is trying to get some logging information, right? And again, we're debugging just to show you the debug logs to say how many commands do we need, or do we don't need any command to establish a session. Okay, we've created a session, and yeah, I think we don't have a special command for the session because it's not needed. And there you go. There is nothing so far. I mean, there's nothing that says related to BiDi session in the log so far. And then I move on. And yeah, all these are the actual subscription code. So the amount of commands sent to create a session are none, because with the new protocol, the web driver or the browser, they know which port to expose. And with a certain capability, it just tells you just connect to this WebSocket and send me your commands. We are good to go. That's exactly what has happened. So this is a striking difference in complexity between both the tools. Were used for automation purposes, right? Imagine you're running the same thing in a device farm and you're sending the amount of back and forth you would do to run one session in CDP versus BiDi, right? So it's designed with that thought. So just concluding this part where we say it's all about BiDi, and just trying to convince the audience as to why it's the road to better automation or the future of automation. First thing, it follows standards. So when you follow standards, it makes you automatically cross browser support, right? So all browsers will support it. It's the recommended WCC standards. Uh, Browsers are in favor of this and they're all aligned with this. So all the behavior that's expected would be aligned, right? When you're like automation testing, it's backward compatible. So the way it's designed, it's going to be stable for a long, long time, almost till the end of time, unless something new comes up. So with every version, you don't have to update. With every browser version, you don't have to update how your BiDi protocol or communication will look like. It would just simply stay the same. And I think most of us here understand the effort it takes in updating our dependencies or anything, and how difficult that becomes sometimes given our situations, right? Um, Third part is it is designed keeping automation in mind. So the APIs and the commands exposed are all beneficial to design or to utilize for your web browser automation and testing the new complicated or complex applications that we have today. Is thoroughly designed with that in mind. And that makes a lot of difference. That's why it's also a little ergonomic in design in terms of how easy it is to use and what the functionality is exposes. Fourth, it's an extension of the existing WebDriver protocol, which is already a standard. So there could be a chance that customers don't need to do anything. The frameworks that they use, for example, Selenium WebDriver IO, even Puppeteer, they now use WebDriver BiDi or plan to use WebDriver BiDi. And yeah, for the end user, the experience remains the same. The frameworks do the heavy lifting of, translating things from classic to BiDi or doing only BiDi only connection. That's up to them. But for end users, for most of these frameworks, a lot of things don't even change because it's an extension. So it's already giving you what was existing with the WebDriver Classic and a little bit more to it. And you can also have an option of having only BiDi only session. What that means is you don't need a WebDriver anymore, right? You don't need to download it anymore. You can have a BiDi only session and talk directly to the browser. right? So that's beneficial. It's also designed keeping performance in mind. Like I mentioned, if you're running your tests in a device farm or in a cloud somewhere, it's designed that you don't have to do a lot of back and forth to achieve a particular goal. A logical commands are clubbed together to give you the results you're expected in common day-to-day automation scenarios. And that's not how it is exactly for Chrome DevTools protocol, because typically Chrome DevTools protocol and the browser, like the Chrome, they sit on one machine. So they can have a lot of back and forth, and that's not a problem. That might not always be the case, right? You might, like I said, for a BIDA only session, you might have a browser in the cloud and you're trying to operate something and connect with it. And it might be a long latency involved at that point. So it's designed to minimize that. And it is designed by a lovely set of WebDriver BiDi working group. They are folks from Selenium, they're folks from different stakeholders, they're folks from all the browser vendors. They come together, participate, highly, really nice set of people, very intelligent, coming up and designing this protocol with the whole empathy of what is actually beneficial to the users. At the same time, what is balanced to make sure the browsers are equally efficient by exposing this information. So now that I've rambled on for about 20 minutes, I think let me do a little demo time. I think it gets boring listening to someone go on about the theory without actually showing it in action. So we're going to be um, doing a few use cases. It's about, I think, 5 use cases. These are popular use cases. As we go through each slide, I will talk about why that use case makes sense in testing, a few sentences, and then we will see the code and how you can do that with Selenium. So logs. I think this is the very interesting one. How many times has it happened that you want to test and you want to know, oh, was this logged? And that becomes so tricky to do, right? Same thing with browsers. So every time you go to browsers, you have a tab where you can see the console logs, or you might see some like console messages or JavaScript logs or those kind of things. And those might be very interesting or required when you want to test something, right? Imagine you're opening a web page, you click on something and it throws a JavaScript exception and it's logged there, but there's no way for you to consume it was logged. But now with BiDi, you can consume it, right? And that makes your test very powerful. Now you can test edge cases. Now you can test that if I click this, an exception is expected to be thrown and I can check for it. At the same time, when you're testing something and you don't expect an exception to be thrown, but it did throw, that means you need to go fix your code at that point. So it can be beneficial in that sense. And that's exactly what we see. So this is a simple log test that it's actually a part of the Selenium examples repo, right? So we have a repo, and I'm just showing the structure where you could find this. It's pretty easy to locate, and yeah, so it'll be under log test. That's the package structure where you should be able to find this example and go run it right after this if you would like. One caveat is this is just the basic setup that you need to do, where you do like Firefox options, and please remember to set the options capability, right? So in order to enable BiDi and Selenium as of today, you need to set this WebSocket URL equal to true capability. That's an indication of the browser that you want to do a bidirectional communication. So it will send you a WebSocket address to connect to, and Selenium will do the rest for you. Currently, this is not a default one. Selenium for 5 onwards, it potentially could become a default one. I'm initializing a simple Firefox driver, or basically, again, a mechanism that knows how to use the Web3 standard protocol and go tell the driver, hey, can you go do this for me? Yeah. So that's the setup that we'll be using in all of our tests. And obviously, you're passing in the options for the driver that, hey, please tell the browser to enable BiDi for me. That's exactly what's happening. Now let's look at the website that I'm testing. So this is the website. It's a simple website on Selenium that we use for testing. And I will just let me showcase what this website has and what we're actually testing. So this is a simple website. It has a bunch of buttons. When you click, something happens. That's all it does. So let's open the inspect the DevTools window, right? Just to see what's there. So this is the DevTools window that we spoke about. It's a blank console. There are no logs, and we want to be able to consume what we see on the logs programmatically, right? It's exactly what we're trying to demo here at that point. Yeah. So when you click on the console log, you see a log, hello world. If I click, some action happens, there's a log that's expected. If I click exceptions, it throws an exception and I see a log for it. And yeah, and I might click something that generates an error with a particular stat trace to see exactly where it's happening if I want to debug more. Again, you could have a website that would just do this. This is just a sample, simple website just to show how this would work. And that's the website that we're testing. Yeah, so I think what the result that we get would be mapped to an object in Java called console log entry, which is a simple object. And here you can see that in the driver, we chunked it and you can just add a console message handler. And once we receive it, you can just check out what did we get as a part of the message. So now we register a handler, then we navigate to a page. We click on the button like I showed you previously, but now where do we click programmatically? And we just wait for the log to appear. And after that, we just quickly go over and see as to the log entry was what we expect it to be. And then we just remove the console log handler. Yep. And our test passes. That's, I think, the beauty of pre-recording the demos. But yeah. And I think now we do the same similar test for a JavaScript log entry or like a JavaScript error. More so, we're looking at the JavaScript log entry, but we're particularly subscribing to an error handler. So log entry would just again represent an object which would have the JavaScript log details. But here we want to check or add a handler for a JavaScript exception or an error, right? And again, we add a handler. Now we navigate to the website, find an element that throws an exception. Yes. And then pretty much wait for it. And again, check if it has the error that we were expecting. Or sometimes you might just get an error that you weren't expecting. You can design your test accordingly. Yep, and the test passes again. I'm guessing that is the beauty of how things work, right? So that's what we are looking at. That's the logs part. Now let's talk about something called a script pinning. I don't know how many folks have heard about script pinning before. Script pinning is nothing but setting your website or running a JavaScript script in the browser every time a web page opens, right? So when you open a browser, open a page, you would want a certain JavaScript script to run at the beginning, right? And then and do that every time you go to a new tab. But why would you want that? Like, why would we need that? It might be needed for something, a very simple testing scenario where you have a complicated website. And by running a JavaScript script, you want to bring it to a certain state before you start testing on it, right? You might want to skip all the parts where you're navigating through it and doing a lot of things, but you might want to bring it in a particular state that, okay, this is where it is, and I want to test it further. For example, when you're writing a test, you might want to run a script to bring it to a state, say for a shopping website, where you're able to do everything and add it to a cart. And what you want to test is what happens after that, right? So you're bringing it to a particular state. And that's why script pinning is so important, because what happens is it will send one command and pin your script for as long as you want. Otherwise, every time you run the test or every time for each test case, what would happen? You'd have to send this request over the wire. Again, when you're running it using cloud providers or on a device farm that's geolocated in a different continent, network calls and latencies matter a lot. So with script pinning, in your test setup, you pin a script so that every time a browser opens, it's there, or your tab opens, it loads it, you have it in the state, and then you can run all the test cases that you'd like. Let's see a quick demo for this as well. This one I'm showing you, it's in Selenium, but now it's in JavaScript. Again, this is again a part of our, I think as far as I know, this is part of an example repo. And this is the package structure that's on the site, but you should be able to go run it after this as well. So again, we have a before and after. It's just the basic setup that we have, very similar to what I showed. Now this is the important part. Where we're running a test that you can pin a script, right? So the script that we are pinning, it's a simple API driver.script.pin and pin the script that you would like to say. Here we're like, every time I land on a page, just log hello for me. Again, it's a test, it's pretty silly. But I guess again, when you have a heavy website and a testing, you might actually find valuable use out of this. And then what we do is we pin a script and we ask it to, hey, can you log this for me? And then we just add a console log message handler that, oh, did I actually get this log? And just verify that, right? So that's what we're doing. And yeah, this is the website that we're testing. It's the same one we had earlier, but doesn't matter because we're just going to the website. We're not doing anything to it. So this is the website that we have. And initially on console, there is nothing. Only if you click, does something appear, right? But if you don't click, you're not getting logged anywhere. But if you pin a script, it will have to do it irrespective of you clicking it or no, right? So that's what exactly what you're going to demo next. Yeah, you can see we have it. We've not clicked any element and the test passes. Hey, but no one understands what happened, right? So now let's just debug it a little bit to understand exactly what happened and verify if it's actually running the way we would like. Right? So now we've just paused it for a bit. We just went to the page. We didn't click anything. And when you say console, we see hello. That's exactly what your pin script is doing. You say, when you open a page, go hello. If you open a different page also, it would just log hello for you. That's exactly what has happened. Then you can go ahead and just verify the rest of the things with you. Yeah. And another use case that will come is once you've pinned a script, you might want to unpin it. You might want to get into a situation where you no longer need it. So you pin a script and then you will want to remove it. So what we are doing in this test is we are pinning a script and we're adding a console message handler, but we're just keeping a count of how many times we actually saw a console message. So when you've pinned the script, you would see it, but the moment you unpin it, you won't see it. So total, you go to the website once, you can see it because it's pinned. You unpin it, go again, you won't see it. So 2 visits to website, but pinning is done only once, so you would see it only once since you unpinned it. Otherwise, you would see it every other time. And yeah, that's the flow of things. I will again quickly run it. Yeah, test runs too fast to understand what's happening, but that's exactly what we're going to do. Again, we're going to debug it a little bit. Yep. So when it's pinned, you can see on the console, there's a message, right? So when you unpin it and you navigate again, you're not going to be able to see it. You unpinned it, you go again, you see on the console, there's nothing. Console is empty, right? That's what it is. Because you unpinned it. There's no pin script to run. And that's pretty much about it for this one. Now, another interesting use case that we have is DOM mutation. I think we are running a little over the time, but I think I have another 5 minutes to quickly walk through it. So DOM mutation is nothing but when you want to see different elements and how they would play around, right? So you want to, let me just quickly move to the part where we actually run a DOM mutation test. Again, I'm explaining the same things. The DOM mutation is essentially when mutation happens to your DOM elements, what changes, and you want to observe it, right? You want to observe the mutations that have happened. And here we're running a quick test to do the same thing. This is a typical website that we have. And in the website, we're just seeing what it is. We're just showing you what the website is. Again, when you see the website, there is an element with the ID that says reveal. And if you click on it, and there's something called as a revealed, right? So when you click on it, it goes to revealed and style is display none. So you need to pay attention. There's input, and the display style is none. But when you click on it, it changes. So now when you reveal an input, the display style becomes empty, like there's nothing there. That's the mutation that has happened. And that's exactly what we are going to test. Right? So that's the website. I'm going a little quicker just because of the time that I have. Again, we're adding a mutational handler, very similar to what we've done before, and pretty much emulating the steps of going to the browser, finding element, clicking it, and getting exactly the result that we need. And when you click it, you see we found an element. And yeah, so we go to the website, find the element, click it, and then you find the revealed element, which is actually mutated, right? That is where the DOM mutation happens. And you're just pretty much storing that. So if you see in the DOM mutation values, it tells you what was mutated, right? So when you revealed earlier, the value for old value was display none for that particular attribute. Current value is nothing, and the attribute under name that is actually changed was style. So it's telling you what has mutated, right? That's what exactly happened. Now, I think this is a very popular one in terms of basic auth, is a basic authentication that you would like to do, right? So anytime you have a website, they ask you for username, password. Often you have this and people want to enter this. This is a sample website that I have. And if I enter a wrong password, it doesn't work. We are entering the correct username and password and it works. This is the app. So we want to be testing that this is the value that we are getting from the test. And that's exactly what it does for you. Here, what you do is you do netdriver.network, add a authentication handler. And in that authentication handler, you pass in something like a admin, which is nothing but a username and password for this website. And once it's done, you just simply assert that, hey, you have the proper credentials. There you go. That's all you need to do. This is, yeah. I'm just going to skip to the part where I run the test because now that I've explained what we're planning to do. And then we're just checking that that in the paragraph tag is where the value is that we should be checking for, right? So now we just quickly run the test. And there we go. It runs. So to do a basic authentication is just a 2 lines of your code and you are good to go. I want to skip this one. So I think what I'm going to conclude with here is, sorry that felt a little rushed in the end. I thought it wouldn't take so much time. Demos is a part that I'm most excited about. But still, nevertheless, this is very important in terms of Selenium is an open source community. It's been around for like 20 years almost. It's 20th birth of Selenium in October. And one thing I've learned being a part of this community is all contributions are welcome. So there are multiple ways you can contribute to the community. The maintainers and my colleagues, they are really, really good people. They were very warm when I joined. They're very helpful, very intelligent people. And there are several ways you can come help contribute to this journey. And one is simply by running the code using our framework to test. If that's not what's possible, sometimes when you're running or even without it, you might identify a bug somewhere. So reporting a bug is also a great way to help us. That kind of feedback is super valuable, right? Sometimes when in your automation journey, you might have certain ideas that you think or like feature requests that might pop up in your head that you want to run by us. So feel free to share those ideas with us in any of our forums, GitHub, Slack channel where we hang out. We are more than happy to take a look at it, and you're more than happy to come join hands and contribute on your own. If you have any ideas and want to discuss further, you have questions, that also helps us think. And sometimes we find a bug in the process as well, right? One of the great ways to start in any open source project is documentation. So when you're using a documentation, or you can improve a translation or improve like a doc API, like a Java doc kind of situation, like API docs for any language, or write a blog post for us if you have some knowledge to share that's of this domain and related to Selenium, or probably just simply make noise, right? You can just reshare that this exists for in your network so they know these kind of things exist. And not just Selenium, it could be for other tools like Puppeteer, WebDriver IO, the whole BiDi ecosystem that's there and will develop further. Just some important links. You can screen capture this. I'll just let it be for a minute before I wrap up. And you can just take it. The first one is just the tags. If you're looking for BiDi related issues to come contribute to. Second one is the BiDi spec. Remember, I told you the spec is not that difficult. You can have a glance. It is technical, but it's not too difficult to understand what's going on. Third one is something called as a web platform tests. Web platform tests are actually tests run by browsers to test different features. And so you can see what's implemented browser, what's coming, what's left, which versions have it, and things like that. So that you know, okay, this feature exists. And if Selenium doesn't have it, ping us, we'll implement it and you can go use it. The code examples link, right? So the code examples that I just shared, I have a doc link for it. And last is nothing but the chat room where you can find me or all of us. That's it, folks. Apologies for rushing a little bit in the end, but thank you so much. I think I'm more than happy for the opportunity I got at hands-on testing to letting me share my knowledge.
No, I really appreciate what you did in this talk because, as you say, the demo is the most important part. Because sometimes we cannot see it exactly how the tool is helping us, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we have a question from one person from the public. He says, I think he looks pretty similar to WebDriver IO. Which you will say that is the main or some difference between them?
So WebDriver IO and Selenium are very similar. They are browser automation tools. And WebDriver IO also uses the WebDriver standards protocol just like Selenium. Just that Selenium is a multi-language project. So we have 5 languages. We have JavaScript, we have Java, we have .NET, we have Python, we have Ruby. And along with that, Selenium also has something called as Selenium Grid, which is a core product that a lot of cloud providers, like say BrassTag, Sauce Labs, Lambda Test, a lot of them use to run your requests and distribute your requests to the various device farms. So if you have a distributed setting of browsers or even personal device farm, and you want to do smart things like routing or delegating, that's what we have Selenium Grid for as well. So yes, WebDriver is also a tool. Again, WebDriver IO, Christian Roman is a very good friend of Selenium's. We hang out together. We have talks about in future. There are certain libraries that WebDriver has. Do we want to integrate those? So yes, we work in close collaboration. It's the same ecosystem.
Okay. Well, I have a question. You talk about this project and how everybody can contribute to the open source. But you are you doing something in this community?
Yes. So like I said, I'm one of the maintainers in Selenium of JavaScript, and most of the code that I just showed you is pretty much written by me. So I have contributed to Selenium to implement BiDi in it and do the code samples and even documentation along with the rest of the team as well. But I've done a good chunk of work in that domain, and you'll find me actively in Selenium Slack. You'll see me actively hang on Selenium GitHub with issues, new requests, pull requests. You'll always see me contributing there actively, even with documentation and things like that. So yes,
Okay.
I'm one of the active members currently, along with all the fellow members. I think Diego is also one of them.
Yeah,
I know he had a talk, he had a keynote as a part of this conference. But yeah, so we all do hang out, and we are active contributors to this project. And hence, with wide arms, I welcome anyone who wants to contribute. And even if again, I don't believe any contribution is big or small. All the contribution makes the project what it is. So it would be more than happy for anyone to have come join the community, say hello, and get started with us. It's just a very warm bunch of people who are very happy to receive contributions.
Okay, but you are participating in this project as a full time, or because Browser Stack is sponsorship your participation there?
So it's both. So, I'm a part of BrowStack's open source team. So as a part of that, I think I'm also working on Selenium, but there are also other responsibilities that I have internally as well from BrowStack. But yes, I do tend to work not exactly full time, but almost there. I dedicate a good amount of chunk towards all things Selenium. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. The beginning of the conference, we talked with Diego, and he didn't explain what you explained in this talk. He just say that this is the good thing that Selenium has, and we use it more than we will start to compete with others because the protocol that they are using.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty much there. We've implemented a good chunk of it, and so I think Selenium is trying to implement how much the browser vendors have implemented themselves. The protocol's a little bit of work in progress. It's almost fleshed out, but new things are adding to it till it reaches the version where it's completely fleshed out. So along the journey, browsers are going and implementing it, and then along the journey, Selenium is also implementing it. So pretty much, I think by the time Selenium 5 comes out, I don't know when that is. We don't have a date yet. I think it's going to take some time, but when that comes out, I think we should be in a good state. But yes, that is our focus right now.
Well, so you are in the part that you're reading the tickets that the user are putting for Selenium. So what is the concerns that people should use about Selenium, or is about the configuration, the coverage, or what is about?
So the main concerns that users have a lot of times, or earlier they used to have, is I think I majorly explained the part about WebDriver, like
Mm.
where we have to have a Chrome driver, Gecko driver. These are executable files that you need to download from the internet and
Mhm.
have it on your machine, right? So that was a concern that most users have in terms of, oh, we need to go download that version specific wise and we need to go maintain it. It's not so easy all the time. And Selenium ended up solving that for them as well. We have something called as a Selenium manager now.
Ah, yeah,
So
yeah, right now. Mm.
yes, so when you start your Selenium like grid or anything, it will first go look around as to do you have the browser, do you have the browser driver, do you want to use that, or otherwise if you don't, it will go download the browser that you requested along with the version that you want and the browser driver and do all of that for you and maintain all of it for you. So I think we simplified the one big complaint that we used to often get from the users, and I think we're pretty much on the side of solving that complaint. And now let's wait for the next new complaint. I'm sure things don't stop, but yeah, we're willing to help them out and solve it for them, and trying to have an empathy with the user so that makes their testing lives a little bit easier.
Okay. Well, I have a question, and I would like to hear a sincere answer.
Okay, okay, sure.
So you will say that Selenium is your favorite tool, or is because you work on that, or you think that are something I will not say better, but maybe that you prefer to use.
So again, I'm biased towards Selenium because I work with Selenium, but at the same time, I would be biased towards any tool that follows the web standards, right?
Mm.
Something that provides true cross-browser automation support. Like even WebDriver, it's a great tool, and even Puppeteer now. Initially, it used to use the Chrome DevTools protocol, but now it moved to this WebDriver BiDi protocol. So
Mhm.
Puppeteer went from being Chrome specific to cross-browser just by updating protocols. So that
Okay.
makes it a new tool as well. So any tool that supports standards, I think makes it a good candidate. And for any tool, um, yeah, I think that's about it. It should, as long as it follows the standards and you get all the browser support, it's great.
Okay. Another question. You say that Selenium works with five language, right? That they can use
Yes.
Selenium with five language. But in your experience, with which language the user has less problems when they are trying to do the scripts, the automation, and everything.
But I think at least in the last 4 years, I've never seen any user complain for a particular language because of the language. Because I think what the maintainers or the developers who started the project and eventually contributed big chunks of it to it, they've tried to keep all the languages very consistent
Okay.
in terms of the APIs that have or the behaviors that they have. They try to keep it very, very consistent, obviously following the best practices of the language, but they've kept it very consistent. I think we try very hard to make sure there is feature parity as much as possible across all languages. So if you're using an API, there's a very good chance all of it would be available in a different language. So from that point, I don't think any one particular language was a problem, as far as I understand.
Okay, listen, public, you can use Selenium with everything. No, because sometimes the people ask that when they are started in testing or doing automation, they say, well, which language do you recommend to start using the automation with Selenium? And most of the time they say Java, or I think JavaScript, but I don't know if it is because it's more easy to start doing the testing, the scripts, or is something else, right? But you say that's the same.
Yeah, I mean that's a fair concern. Again, this is not, I think, a Selenium specific concern because Selenium by nature, like I said, all APIs available in all languages. It's just the nature of the language, right? Like Java is again object oriented, like strictly typed. So it is way more verbose. To do anything, there'll be a lot of things that you would have. It's a verbose language, right? Even when you develop Java, you write tons of classes and you're like, oh wow, there's just like a lot of lines of code. Which is something like Python, you might not have as many lines of code. It's not necessarily strictly that. So it depends. It's very language specific, and that would be very pertaining to how comfortable one is with the language. Right?
Yeah.
Those are just two different ideologies different languages have.
Okay. Well, I don't know if the public has question for Puya. I don't have any more questions. Do you want to add something, Puya?
No, I'm good. Thank you so much. I really appreciated this opportunity and all the questions that you asked, and hopefully the audience benefited from this. Yeah.
No. We are very well. I'm very pleased with your talk because we received almost 200 submits for participating in this
Okay.
event. So we try to select the ones that also the speaker has a good experience in what they want to talk. So thank you for being here, and we expect you to be. Do you return the next year?
Oh, I would love to return the next year. I had a lovely experience. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I think the entire team of hands-on testing has been very kind and really sweet. And thank you, Blanca. You've been a lovely host.
No. Don't worry. I love you too.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, see you next time and invite you to see the next talks here in our channel of YouTube, QMinds.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much. Have a lovely rest of the conference and really appreciate the work that you're doing for the conference. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Priya. Bye-bye. Okay. Wait. Well, what do you think about Selenium? Are you prepared to start doing testing automation? If you are thinking that you can maybe others say that, oh, you can use other tools because are easy to use. Well, as you listen to Puya, Selenium has become really easy and very powerful to work with a lot of things and doing a lot of automation in different layers of the software. So I would like Selenium. So if you, well, WebDriver.io is good, but because I have more friends in Selenium, okay? That's it. Hi, Mary.
Hi, Blanca.
Hi. Okay. Are you prepared for the next talk?
Sure. I think the next talk is from USA, right?
Well, we will need to ask to our guest because I'm not pretty sure. I think he lives in the United States, but maybe he's from the other side. That's what we are putting in the in the slide, but we can ask him.
Okay. I also hope pronounce the name.
Okay, let's invite your guest. Hello,
Hi.
Satyan. How do you
Hello,
pronounce your name?
it's Satyanand, but you can call me Satya.
Okay,
Satya.
it's very easy.
Okay.
Very great.
Easy.
Okay, Satya.
Satya.
This
Hi,
is Blanca.
Satya.
You can call me
Hi,
Blanca.
Mary. Hi, Blanca. I'm
Yeah.
Satya. I work for Amazon in USA, in Seattle,
Okay.
the West Coast.
Yeah, we was discussing that. Where are you from? So yeah. Okay, Satya. Please, do you want to ask something, Mary?
No, go ahead.
No, you can ask him, please.
Okay. What you choose this topic for this talk today, Satya?
So the topic that I chose today is using large language models in your regular work, and how can you build new models pretty much from ground up easily, and what are the tools available for you to experiment on different models that are available right now, the core foundational models.
Okay. Well, you can share your screen if you want. You
Sure.
can start with the talk. Okay, wait a second.
Cool.
And okay, we can see your screen.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, Satya, you can start. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm Satya, and I'm very excited to speak at this hands-on testing conference. A brief introduction about me. I'm a senior engineer at Amazon working in the brand protection org. In my role, my team and I build systems to protect the integrity of the Amazon websites and the catalog of Amazon. By integrity, I mean we detect counterfeits and we detect infringements on the products, and hopefully take them down before somebody sees it or somebody happens to buy it. So we prevent misuse of intellectual properties of any brand. So in doing these, we have leveraged multiple large language models, multiple custom built models within our team. Some of them are image based models, some of them are text based models, some of them are a multi-model, language agnostic or multilingual models that we have today to detect these counterfeits or infringements. So today I'm going to explain or give you a brief introduction about how we can use large language models, understand a little bit about the technical architecture of a large language model, and how do we leverage these, and if there are any limitations, how do I go about those, and I'll provide some real life success stories that we have seen in Amazon and in my team by using these large language models in our day-to-day work. So firstly, what are large language models? Sorry. The large language models are basically advanced AI model. Basically, they are trained on extensive data sets by scraping through the webs, by scraping through huge repositories of data in order to generate a human-like text. It's basically a generative AI solution, and usually these come pre-trained, and most applications will just fine-tune these large any foundation, pick a foundational model and then fine-tune according to their domain. So from the key components of LLMs are it's basically based on the transformers architecture that came in around 2017, which was first introduced in 2017 through a paper called Attention is All You Need. We'll go into that one next. Then there are pre-trained parameters on which the large language models are built, and there is a fine-tuning process to adapt the foundational model to your domain or to your specific task. These large language models are traditionally have a lot of capabilities. They are good for content generation and text summarization, language processing, named entity recognition, Given a sentence, it will recognize the entities. This is something that we use in our in Amazon quite a bit to understand what the product is about, and is there, if somebody is using some IPs incorrectly, intellectual properties. By IP, I mean intellectual properties incorrectly. So we use quite a bit of named entity recognitions. And by summarizing the reviews on the details page on the Amazon websites, we kind of drive that sentiment into a positive. Based on the reviews, we kind of today tag certain sentiments on the details page that you would see whenever you check the reviews. And from the application standpoint, these large language models are today almost, I think everybody kind of uses it in their day-to-day life in order to write some documents, provide documentation to the code, write some code, unit tests, integration tests, and just in terms of learning a new tool or new technology, these are very helpful. So going to the next slide. So this is the transformers architecture. It all started with a paper called Attention is All You Need, which was written by Vashwani and others. This has basically revolutionized the way natural language processing works. So the key components of the transformer architecture are the first and foremost the self-attention mechanism that was laid out in this paper. The self-attention mechanism is mostly given an input sentence, it computes the relevance of each word against the other words in that particular sentence. It pays attention to the current word with respect to all the other words in that particular sentence, and assigns a weight, which we generally call it as a attention or which we generally call it as an attention. The more the weight, I think the more the weight between two words, we say those are more relevant. The weight, and after this, there is a positional encoding for any input text. In order to understand where that word should occur in the input text, there are positional encodings that are encoded into the architecture, where it identifies where that word occurs in that input sentence. Because the transformers do not inherently understand the words of order of the words in a sequence, the positional encoding is used to provide information about the position of each word. Then comes the feed-forward neural networks. The feed-forward neural networks are basically, once the self-attention mechanism and the positional encoding is applied, the tokens that come out of these are passed through these feed-forward neural networks within each layer of the transformer. Within each layer of the transformer, these feed-forward neural networks, they have multiple fully connected layers with some activation functions. Basically, these allow the model to learn complex patterns in the input data. And next is the encoder-decoder frameworks. The encoder is basically it processes the input sequence while the while the decoder generates the output sequence. Each encoder and decoder layer also contains a self-attention mechanism, and also the feed-forward neural network sublayers, meaning the layer normalization and residual connections. These facilitate the training process and improve the performance of the model. Then comes the multi-head attention. So the multi-head attention is a feature that allows model to focus on multiple different parts of the sentence simultaneously. For example, in a word, cat sat on a mat, one head might look into the verb, subject verb kind of a combinations and understanding the subject word semantics. Then another head could concentrate on the nouns that are present. So there might be multiple heads which attend to a specific relation, and that is very necessary, very important for the transformer architecture and just to gather more context around the input sentence. The layer normalization and residual connections, these are basically used to stabilize the training process. They have activation functions, and they basically stabilize the weights in order for the models to perform well. So coming to the how do I leverage large language models? Today we have a ton of areas where we kind of leverage large language models. For code generation, for code review, today we integrated, in Amazon at least, we integrated automated code review tools in our code review process. So they look at the vast repositories of code. It's trained on the vast repository of the Amazon code and then suggests patterns when somebody sends a code review. And in testing automation, basically it is integrated into the IDEs today on our side to help write test cases for the source code automatically or suggest tests for the source code automatically. Then it has put we also integrated certain large language models into our documentation process. It automatically adds it suggests good amount of Java doc comments are specific to a programming language. It can understand the code and then suggest a good documentation, Java doc comments, everything. And in terms of security and compliance, we use on our side in Amazon, in my team, we kind of use it for identifying the counterfeits and identifying if there is any personal information that is being present in the that is being loaded in the places where it is not supposed to be shown. Just for redaction or identifying PII, personal identification information from in general any pages on Amazon. And code refactoring, we'll see some examples on how to use some of the tools to do to help us with code refactoring and optimization in the next when we go through the demo. And coming to how I can use it, how we can use it, there are multiple options available. One is through just a API integration. Today, a lot of vendors provide multiple APIs. For example, OpenAI provides an API for ChatGPT. AWS provides a API in terms of Bedrock to call Anthropic, Mistral, Llama, and all the other language models. We'll see one example when we go to the demo. So with respect to AWS Bedrock, we do have these kind of API integrations, like for text models. These are the supported models. The most basic one is probably the Mistral, and the most advanced one is probably the Claude V3 or Claude Sonnet from Anthropic, or Claude Opus. Then we have image generation tools that are available via an API. There is an in-house image generator from Amazon called Titan Image Generator. There is a popular one called based on Stable Diffusion from Stability AI, which you can integrate directly in your code with just a API call. Simple enough integration from Bedrock. Then there's a multimodal solutions which can work on both text as well as the image to generate content or to perform Q&A. Then there is embedding models, which are used primarily for identifying search and for search use cases in order to find uh, similarity between two strings or similarity between two inputs. And so let's quickly go through one demo for using a playground. This is one of the, if you happen to have an AWS account, you have Bedrock here, where you can quickly look at a way to integrate, a way to quickly evaluate a model. So this is one such playground where you can load a model and then try asking multiple questions, and it kind of gives you the response. So it's kind of a ChatGPT equivalent, but it's hosted on Bedrock. So this is one of the easiest integrations or easiest playgrounds that you can use if you have an AWS account. And the example that I have pasted here is from the cloud. And there is other way of integrating your applications with basically any model. You have Hugging Face, which has a ton of models that can be picked up quite easily and then integrate with your applications. If you are just testing it out, then there is a serverless inference for prototyping. For example, image classifications are something. The example here is about image classification, and you can probably use some of them and basically just run some inference, classify the image. There is a human and probably an artificial. I'm not sure what it means by artificial, but there's a human it identified, and so there is this serverless inference. There is also a way to basically just generate a key, and then this is one such Mistral. I'm using Mistral as a way to basically ask some questions. So the integration is pretty simple. The Hugging Face usually gives a code where you can basically plug into your Python application or some just a generic Python file, and you can generate a token in the Hugging Face itself that you can use. But this is async. This is serverless, so it is to be used only for doing some evaluations that are not production ready. So they do not guarantee any availability as such. So just for evaluation purposes itself. So again, this is one that we are loading a Mistral model and then trying to get the inference for a question. So this is one such example of how you can use Hugging Face. Then you can also use Hugging Face Hub to deploy the model, any model that is in Hugging Face. Basically, Hugging Face has tons of models that you can pick as it is without fine-tuning it for your own purpose. Most of the models will just work for regular use cases without any fine-tuning. So you can host it on endpoints that are provided by Hugging Face, or infrastructure that is provided by Hugging Face, or you can host it on Amazon SageMaker or Azure or cloud. This way, it it has code to basically allow the deployment process to be seamless. If you don't want to have any accounts, sorry, if you don't want to, if you don't have an AWS account or a GCP account or a Azure account, Hugging Face provides you one dedicated inference server where you can deploy your models and then use the Hugging Face infrastructure to basically use that large language model and build it into your applications. So this is the example for the dedicated endpoint where you will deploy it within the Hugging Face takes the responsibility of deploying and making it available as an endpoint to you. Then you have other options. If you have an AWS account, there is SageMaker Studio, which allows you to basically pick any foundational model, deploy it on your host, and then start using it. So for example, there is a jumpstart option here where you can pick any foundational model and then deploy it in your AWS accounts. So for example, Hugging Face, there are more than 100 models that are available for specific tasks. I have deployed for this presentation, I have deployed a Hugging Face model, a model from Hugging Face, which is Mistral 7B Instruct. This is the endpoint. It's as simple as basically just having a button click and then deploy and then choose an instance, and then it kind of deploys the model directly onto your SageMaker instance. And you can deploy the model and then you can use some test requests to call the model and then evaluate the models, whether it fits your use case or not. I guess I might have accidentally deleted some permissions, but you can use you can basically deploy any model and then use it via SageMaker Studio. In order to fine tune a model, so most for normal use cases as a startup in your regular day-to-day life, for regular use cases where there is no need for domain knowledge, the foundational models would work as it is without any modifications. But if you have some custom domains that are very specific to your company or to your work stream, then you can fine tune the models. Again, for popular models or popular architectures like T5, Llama, or Mistral, Bedrock has a way to fine tune it. Basically, you can create a fine tuning job, provide the data set on which basically the repository of all your uh, documents or knowledge bases, and then fine tune it to your fine tune a base model or a foundational model to your domain, basically just like transfer the learning from base model and apply it to your domain, I guess, adapting the foundational model to your domain. And you can also use Hugging Face to basically Hugging Face also allows you to or gives you commands to basically train or fine tune the foundational models on AWS SageMaker instance. So you can maybe use that as well, and then provide all the knowledge bases that you have. Most common knowledge base that people use is S3, where they dump the data set. And however, there are limitations on standalone LLMs that we briefly talked about. So the standalone LLMs are susceptible to inaccuracies and hallucinations because they are the standalone LLMs like ChatGPT and other Anthropic models are basically generative AI models. They are not domain specific. They are not fine-tuned towards a particular domain. So they might generate tokens or generate text which may be factually incorrect, and they might hallucinate. And they're not trained for certain fields like math or legal fields, which so they might potentially provide some inaccurate information in the output. So the another challenge for the standalone LLM is basically there is a training cutoff date, so it understands only the events that happened until that point of time. Unless you regularly train the model wouldn't catch up to the latest information. So and like we said, it because it is trained on vast domains, all the vast categories. It is not fine tuned towards a particular domain. So unless you fine tune it to your specific domain, the standalone might give you some inaccurate outputs. And again, the same thing like contextual understanding. It does not have a lot of context of your domain. It also has biases, which you have to think about. And the fundamental problem of any large language model is fine-tuning would require a lot of computational resources because these are all very large. Anthropic, for example, the latest Opus model is supposed to be more than 2 trillion parameter model. So it needs significant uh, computational resources, uh, larger GPUs to basically fine tune it for your domain. And they do they they also have a problem with sensitive information. So they might reveal some sensitive information if that sensitive information is part of your training data set. Uh, so uh, it might lead to, and if you are using applications like ChatGPT and regular ones, the prompts that you will put in might be used by the model vendors to improve their models. So data governance and privacy is also a concern with the standalone LLMs. And to address those limitations, we have a system called RAG. If you are, it bridges the gap between fine tuning and basically providing certain context, and then basically you can still use the standalone LLM, and you can basically provide it certain context as an input and then get relevant responses based on the context that you have provided, that is what is called as RAG. It contains two components, retrieval component and generative component. The retrieval component, you basically use a query to pull all the context associated to your domain, uh, or you pull all the context associated to your domain, but there is limitations around the volume of context that a model can take. I think for the popular model like Anthropic, the context size is probably 200K tokens. And for Gemini models, it is probably more than 1 million tokens. So you can use retrieval RAG basically to pull the context for your particular domain, pass it as a prompt, and then ask your questions to bridge the gap between fine tuning and getting uh, to bridge the gap between fine tuning and maybe just use the standalone LLM and then get the desired output based on the context. So the benefits of RAG are basically it improves the accuracy, it overcomes the knowledge cutoff that we have that the standalone LLMs have. because these are not trained every day. Things to consider for RAG is basically it is as the better the context in terms of the input question, the better is your accuracy, the better is your results. So popular RAG solutions or retrieval solutions that we have are Elasticsearch or OpenSearch or Pinecone as a vector database. So usually people store all their all their information in a semantic in a vector database. They capture all the semantic context of your domain into a vector database, and based on the questions that you ask, you would pull the relevant documentation using the semantic keywords, or using your you can convert your input query to a vector and then do a semantic search on your knowledge base and then provide it as a context. So one of the popular solution is Pinecone to provide that vector search capabilities. You can also use any keyword based databases also to pull the context out from your knowledge bases, or relevant context from your knowledge bases. So like we have seen, for the implementation of RAG, you first select a knowledge database. It could be a company's internal database. A lot of people prefer a vector database, which has comprehensive information about all the comprehensive information about your domain. And then you use certain techniques like KNN search, and if you are going with a vector database, to find similar documents based for your input query, and combine the documents, put it into the prompt, and then basically now you can call an LLM with context to get you to give you more accurate results. Because the standalone LLMs also have a cost attributed to it. It is expensive if you host it on your platforms, or if you host it yourself. So, for example, Meta's Llama 3, you would need at least an instance of G5 12x large. I think G5 12x large has 4 GPUs, and you are looking at a cost of $7 per hour if you are hosting it on at least if you are hosting at least Llama 3, which is an 8 billion parameter model. So if you don't need a dedicated host, maybe playgrounds are the better option for you. Bedrock will have a simple APIs to basically interact with the LLMs. And for reducing the cost, there are certain strategies that you can employ. Basically, use standard APIs that are provided by the vendors like AWS Bedrock or OpenAI. If your throughput is very low, and if you don't need a if you don't need a dedicated server to host your models, then you can also do a distillation of a large model and distill it to your specific domain by a technique called model distillation, where you train a student model from the parent large language model. Basically, the student model learns from the parent large language model and adapts that domain specific to your use case. You'll distill the knowledge that you want to the student model, and which is often very small compared to the large language. Compared to the original model, the distilled model would be small in size, and also might be much more fine tuned towards your domain at that point, if you don't need all the domains in the world. uh, then there is other ways called quantization and pruning. Basically, in quantization, you will load the model at a lower precision, like an FP32, like FPA floating point 8 precision or floating point 16 precision. so that your weights are quantized and the model loading costs are, you don't need a large host for loading that model probably at the time of inference. Model pruning, you will use some certain pruning techniques to strip off some of the weights which are irrelevant, maybe a zero weight. These are all could be experimented, and if the accuracy doesn't suffer, you could most likely a good pruning technique or good quantization will help you reduce the model size drastically. So you will probably host it on a little lower capacity instance types. Then you can use asynchronous mode. Basically, you can batch large amounts of input and then give to the model in one shot instead of calling for each prompt. You can use reserved instances from AWS to basically reduce your costs of hosting the model, and other caching techniques. In terms of RAG, traditionally HNSW, if you use hierarchical HNSW kind of a vector database for doing KNN searches, similarity searches, it might cost more. So better to use compression techniques like IVF PQ, and which is offered by Files, Facebook's engine, and that will considerably save memory of the RAG solution. Today, just a quick anecdote. Today we have a repository of all the products on Amazon in our Elasticsearch cluster, which is around 27 billion products. We use IVF PQ. We initially used HNSW to host all the vectors of each product, which costed us around $1 million per month. Today, I think we have reduced the cost by probably 10 times by moving to a IVF PQ kind of a mode. I think we are now at $100,000 per month to host the entire product catalog of Amazon. Then you can probably use model cascading, where you deploy a series of models, maybe a smaller model first, in order to filter the traffic to a larger model. You probably wouldn't need a larger model for some basic tasks. So you can use smaller size models as a way to filter out the requests uh, before you use a large model in your pipeline. So you can then prompt engineering is one way where you can improve the yield from an LLM. There are good documentations around how to create a good prompt so that you can leverage a large language model more effectively. So this is one sample prompt that is from AWS documentations for Anthropic. If you provide a good context reference for the task that you want and simple and clear instructions, you would be able to pull much more juice out of the LLM. And Anthropic publishes their prompt engineering techniques and their prompts to everybody, for everybody to look at it to better use their model. So for text classification, here is one sample prompt that you can use. You would find this in the Anthropic's documentation. So, and the same for question answer prompt. Depending on the task, there are different prompts that you can use to get more from the LLM. So for the text summarization prompt, this is one way where you can probably just provide the text in between these XML tags called text, and then provide a clear instruction, and then it will summarize it. For code generation prompt, this is what we kind of use for our at least my day-to-day work quite a bit. So this is the prompt that I use to generate code for my applications. And as a tech professional, we have already seen how we can leverage the code, so I'm not going to go deep into this one again. The tools that will probably be very helpful are GitHub Copilot, OpenAI's ChatGPT, Amazon Q if you are in the AWS environment, and Hugging Face, everything. And here are some of the real world examples that we have used so far, where we got good results. So review highlights, basically we run an LLM on top of the reviews that you see in Amazon, and they segment the reviews and basically classifies. The classification is about sentiment analysis, and here you can see basically for the reviews, you can quickly see what are most people saying about these. This has become very easy for right now with the large language models, because you don't have to have some custom models. Any tech any summarization models like T5, uh, uh, T5, etc., can summarize your reviews, and then you can have classifications via some BERT models or something like that to establish labels for those reviews. Then in Amazon, we have basically uh, in for the sellers when they try to create listings with little content that the seller provides, we are able to generate all the other descriptions around the product. So it eases the listing creation process, product creation process. In Amazon Pharmacy, this is one of the RAG kind of a solutions where we plugged in the internal wikis to help summarize the findings on the drugs better. Staff answers questions based on the internal wikis. And this is one thing that in our team, this is built by our team, basically the reducing the human audits. So for detecting Apple-based infringements, we deployed a model called Blip, which kind of which is a multimodal, meaning it looks at both images and the text, and then based on your questions and try to come up with a response. So with little prompts, with little prompt engineering, we were able to use that model to detect infringements for Apple, brand Apple, and we were able to reduce the infringements by 80%. And thank you for the opportunity, and I'll wait for the questions if you guys have any.
Okay, there is a lot of models. I am thinking one is the human facing. Well, I'm not pretty sure if I understand correctly, but you works doing scripts, right? I mean, you are doing these scenarios in automation under this model, right?
Mhm.
Okay, I have a question.
Sure. Mhm.
I was seeing the tool when you are explaining about it, but some are really weird. Well, it's not common to do that kind of testing with. I mean, when you are doing validations about what the user is answering, what is putting in the comments, or when some providers are putting some pictures, photos that maybe are not permitted in the platform. So you are doing the script, but still you have to go and see with your eyes, or the model is just doing everything.
So we do have a control group audit. So initially, before the we random sample some of the decisions that model has taken along with the decisions that the humans take, and then try to score between whether the model is doing great or not. A random sample across both these categories. But and what we have observed is depending on the context that the model has, or depending on the fine tuning that we do for a model, model can reach up to an accuracy of 100%. Typically, we have seen for image-based models on our side to detect some brands, it varies. If famous brands like Apple needs very few examples on how the Apple AirPods or something look like, so it will be able to identify any AirPods with very few examples in the training data set. But for not so popular brands, we have to we fine tune it a lot by giving more images around the samples. For example, anime characters like Naruto or something, which some anime characters in Naruto series, they're not some not so popular ones. We give a ton of examples, and we kind of, for example, let me quickly. Try loading one sample example for this one.
Okay.
Okay. So this is one such model that we have. So for example, this is a sample UI that we have built. It should be pretty, we use a tool called Gradio, which is pretty simple. Anybody can build it in probably an hour or so on a given model. So this is one. This is a Naruto character. We basically, the prompt that we ask is, then yep, Naruto. So these are fine-tuned ones, which the base model wouldn't understand, but we take the base model, then fine tune it with some data. This is one such image in the training data set that we have flagged it as, but we can probably check for AirPods image. We never explicitly trained anything about AirPods. So let me see if it were, yeah. So AirPods, we never explicitly trained or fine-tuned for AirPods, but just because it is popular and the base model kind of might have these examples in the samples, so the base model would kind of identify the product.
Okay, but this is the ones that are popular. But what happens when the persons are putting something that is not common? Maybe it's legal, but it's not common,
Not
right?
correct. So for not common, what we kind of use is basically uh, uh, something called active learning. So based on if the human classifies something that is not popular, basically, let's say some the image of me, which is probably not popular anyway. So my image, if somebody files a complaint saying that my image is, if I file a complaint saying that my image is misused, so for the first time, human flags it, human takes it down. So I take the image that we have, the reported image, we convert it into basically a embedding, and then store it into a vector database. And then next time, for any image that gets uploaded into the system, we see if there is if we do that similarity match. We extract features for every input image and then try to compare with the repository of fake images or reported images that already we have. So it is basically the semantic search or vector search that we do based on similarity of images between a known image, the incoming image, and a known bad image. So you'd probably wait for that somebody to complain, basically.
Okay, so once the person complained, somebody review it, the photo, and until that moment, I don't know if somebody in person or automatically, when you take action to say, oh no, this is, as you say, this is a prank or something like should be not there, we need to remove it. Is immediately once somebody do the report there? No, it's until the human reviews. No, we need to talk with the provider that this photo is explain what's happening here.
So the humans traditionally look at the US patent offices or different patent offices to see if there is a patent registered for that particular image. And if there is, then they basically use that as a indication towards authenticity and then take it down. And then system will basically use that as the information for next time. So we do have a process of syncing all the trademarks from the US Patent Office, so that if anybody registers with the US Patent Office, we kind of have that patent registered on our platform as well, and then try to monitor even before the seller even before anyone complains. But not everybody files for a patent. But yeah.
Okay. Okay, really interesting. Hey, community, do you have any question? Please ask in the chat to question Satya. If you not, I can continue asking. Okay, Satya, I have another question. For example, what happened if you, well, maybe it's not a bad comment, but in the comments you say that you are checking when the persons are doing reviews about the products, right? But I know that there is, for example, I don't know, maybe hackers or somebody with bad intentions that just want to fill the reviews in order to rank the product in another place. So your tool or your capacity can identify that, well, yes, the review is valid, or the review is not, is from a robot, or the reviews is related to something else. What is the coverage for that test?
So, although not very perfect, but we do have some safeguards on who could review it. And we basically look at, for example, we basically look at the history of anybody who contributes to a review. Basically, we look at the contributors' past review history across different products on Amazon, and then try to compare if they are basically giving all bad reviews or all good reviews, or if they have any purchase history associated with that particular product, in order to see in order to basically tell whether this particular review is a good review or a fake review. Basically compare it with the history of that particular person's overall reviews that were provided across Amazon's products, and try to assess. That is one such safeguard that we do.
Well, I don't know if you know the answer, but so to do that comparison, what is the size of that database of reviews?
Today, our system, I don't know the overall number of reviews, but the reviews that we get are up. So today, reviews get updated at a rate of, I think, close to 10,000 reviews per second on worldwide on Amazon. So we listen to every update on every product, including the reviews, and that is purely for reviews. We kind of have we have a system which reacts to every update on reviews at a rate of 10,000 transactions per second.
That's a lot. And maybe it's just your mother saying, "Oh, it's beautiful, my girl." No, yeah.
Yeah. So although not perfect, we kind of basically, because running at 10,000 transactions per second is kind of a very expensive process to run model on every such update. So we kind of add some filters to see if it is worth running a deeper check on this particular review. So we basically look at the purchase history, which is probably easier to get for a particular seller, for a particular buyer, or for a particular reviewer, and basically run only if they have a purchase. We will run only if there is a no purchase history. So if it is probably a first time review that the person is doing, we'll probably take a deeper look. Rest all will be processed by probably the system.
Okay. And what happened when, for example, we are searching something? This search is, I think, maybe because I'm seeing this really good search, bar search. For example, if I want to search something that is it's not I mean, I did this, I do the search, but the results are giving me maybe related to the tax is correctly the results, but maybe the photos or the description is not exactly. I mean, because sometimes the providers, they put the product, but the picture is not exactly what the description say, and the product is just, the name of the product is just to engage the person, right? So you can identify not what it, I'm thinking who is passing the filters, and then even if they pass the filter, they are doing the wrong things, right? So you can identify in which other moments besides to do the filters when they are logging in the system or no, signing in the system.
We do have a regular process of looking at on a daily basis on every we aggregate all the sellers activities, all the buyers activities every day, and run some analysis on the entire buyers activities. Basically we calculate the cancellation rates. We have certain metrics where it will trigger some analysis based on if a particular seller has created 100 products in a day. That's when we kind of run our expensive models across those 100. So that's when we kind of and basically we also aggregate number of violations that happened in the past for a particular seller to basically bucketize these sellers or buyers or these actors into a different cohort, and accordingly, if some update comes from these particular sellers, we kind of run an expensive model. So there are metrics that we gather every day, and we aggregate those metrics, and we add some filters on those metrics to see whether a deeper model can be whether a deep check could be run using an expensive model on those group of actors.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just another question. So, in all this time that you have been working there, there is a situation that even you didn't imagine that should happen.
I think most likely every day we discover.
Okay, just one
So,
example.
so, so basically, our team removes around 1 million products a day because of counterfeits. So, and we still have few more cases which system does not identify. That's when those products get shipped to the buyer, and then we
Okay.
receive a counterfeit notice from the buyer, basically that they have received. So uh, even though we work at scale, our systems are not 100% accurate, and because they need some kind of a trigger to identify, not trigger, they need some kind of a baseline to understand if it's counterfeit or not. So these are yeah, we do come across the scenarios where we don't anticipate a fake product from the first occurrence itself. So even though we clean up 1 million products a day, still we get a lot of.
Wow, it's a lot of product. Well, maybe you have millions of product every day, but remove that size of that number of products is too much. Okay, Satya. Well, we don't have. I don't have any more questions. Do you want to add something?
Thank you for this opportunity. This is a great opportunity for me to basically share my learnings with others, and thank you for this.
No, thanks to you, Satya. Was really interesting all you talk. As somebody here in the chat say, well, he's speaking a lot of things, but they are really important. I'm agree with that. So, Satya, we hope to see you next year.
Definitely, most. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Satya. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Okay. And now I can hear you.
So I know.
Yeah, tell me.
I mean, I know this is the last talk for this first part of this day. So for this moment, for this whole task that we have today, what is your favorite? Yours?
Yeah, I like when I talk.
Right.
No, I don't know. This happened to me every year. Okay, every year I discover a lot of things, and I'm really interested in how others are working, are doing or trying to accomplish some level of quality in their products. So I was expecting this from Amazon, really, because it's interesting to see this e-commerce that is this platform that is really big, is enormous around the world, and I know for other persons, for some friends that they are working on there, or the filters to pass the interviews to work in Amazon are really hard. So I know that they are really good. They know what I'm doing. But I'm surprised of what is Satya talking about. There is a lot of models. But as I say yesterday or the other day, the one thing that I like when we are doing this is because in the talks, the speakers explain really good what they are doing. So it's for me it's a blood mind. My how say it's blowing my mind.
Golden, yeah. Yeah, no, there are a lot of things that we are learning here in this hands-on testing. I mean, this is our third day. We have a lot of information about AI, about automation, about tools, about different models. So, I mean, and we have another task in the afternoon, another day of testing, and just one, and the last day with everybody and know each other. So I think we are ready to rest just a little before start the real talk. I know you're waiting because you're a fan, a big fan.
I know. If I really happy with all these talks, the next one is something like it's
I
when
was
you
waiting for it.
discover your life purpose. Say, I want to be like
Great,
him.
great events, half events, testing events is your life purpose.
Yeah. But I think that all the talks was very delightful. Speak with Michael Bolton was great.
Yeah,
It's our friend.
our friend Michael Bolton.
Yeah. After me,
It was
I
good.
yeah, wonderful. I speak with Puya. She's from also the Selenium team project, but from the browser stack side,
Imagine.
because a lot of well, not a lot of companies, but a few companies support Selenium. We
Mhm.
So when I'm hearing what they are doing, because as she said, they are really happy and she has this bias that I asked her, which is your favorite tool for automation? I know that you work with Selenium, but if you
Do
have
you have a favorite too?
no, but yes, she mentioned others, but I like the explanation because she gives a demo for each case that you can use Selenium to do the automation. So it was really good.
Very good. So, what we're gonna have for the rest of the day? You want to show us the towels?
Uh, well, in this moment, hungry, but
No, no, no. But after you go for
Let's take a
this
break.
is
after
what
that,
we
to go
get.
for lunch. Yeah, but in the afternoon we're gonna have. I mean, our expected talk. What is the fiber that we're expecting for Tari Can? Kind. Hope everybody enjoys as we enjoy. Then we have to Anto Bulletin. I don't know how to pronounce, but so he's going to talk about how to break free for regress testing trap. And then we're going to have to Hugo Guerrero and talking about the automated A/B mocking and testing with microns. Just to complete the day, to finish the day, our third day of testing tag, we are going to have to Mesut about talking about crafting a user-friendly test automation framework. So please go to take something for lunch, drink more coffee, and back with us in 30 minutes.
In 10 minutes will be very interesting. You, how you say? I want to say in Spanish. No se
Please,
arrepentirán.
you have no regrets.
Yeah, exactly. Ah, that's it. Okay, let's go to some sponsors, commercials, and we will see you in a few moments more. 30 minutes more.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Bye.
People.